Okay, I'll go ahead and call the October Board of Supervisors meeting to order. And at this time, we'll ask Supervisor Mike Carter if he'll have our invocation, and I'll follow with the Pledge of Allegiance. Could we stand?
Thank you. Great to see everybody here today, and welcome to the board meeting. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful fall day. We thank you for all the things you bring into our lives. We ask that you be with the ones that are ill today and in suffering. We ask that you guide this board in all our decisions moving forward to do the very best we can for our county and the citizens of Franklin County. In his name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll do our approval of the agenda. Does any board member have any additions, amendments, or deletion to the agenda today as presented?
I'll make a motion we approve it as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion that we approve the agenda as presented and as written. All in favor, aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion carries. And at this time, I would like to ask Mr. Swan if he would come forward for a presentation of Virginia Region 6 Teacher of the Year Award. Swan, if you'd come right over here with me, please, sir. Swan, it's quite an honor for us to honor you today as 2001 Virginia Region 8 Teacher of the Year of the Year. Whereas Mr. Swan teaches 5th grade at Rocky Mount Elementary School and earned a bachelor's degree of science degree in elementary education from Everett University in 2007. And a Master of Education in Educational Leadership from Regent University in 2014. Mr. Swan's passion is education. Through 13 years serving as an elementary school teacher, he has been an example of what a teacher should be and strives to be. Whereas Mr. Swan's work has touched many lives in Franklin County, continues to provide life skill lessons and mentoring beyond the classroom through his program. Guys with T's that teaches lessons on the importance of integrity, honesty, and respect. Now be it therefore resolved by the Franklin County Board of Supervisors to honor and recognize Mr. Anthony Swan's extraordinary contribution and caring attitude for the students and families of Franklin County. And the Franklin County Board of Supervisors does hereby extend their most sincere appreciation to all what Mr. Swan has done and continues to do to make Franklin County a wonderful place to work and live. Mr. Swan, we're honored. We thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
We thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Grab a picture of both of you really quick?
I guess we might.
I think you should, yes. Perfect, thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, while you make your way up, if I can
just make a quick comment. I would just like Mr. Swan to just express how proud we are. The board is so proud of you. I'm proud of you. Having served on a school board here in the Commonwealth, I know what a distinction of honor that this award is for you. And we're just so proud. We're proud of you. And it is our honor today to honor you. And we thank you for all that you give of yourself, your time and your commitment to the school system.
And I might add, you know, this is a state recognition. This is the highest award that the state gives. And I think, you know, we have to give him, he's earned it through his work and his care for his students. So again, thank you. And Ms. Walker, Association of County Achievement Awards.
Dear Chairman Leland Mitchell, Vice Chair Thompson, Supervisors Carter, Cundiff, Mitchell, Smith, Tatum, County Administrator Whitlow, and all the rest of the Franklin County staff, thank you so much for having me here today. It is such an honor. I was thrilled to come down here today to give an achievement award to Franklin County. Now I'm twice as thrilled to be here to see Mr. Swan get his award. That is just incredible. I'm the newest team member to the Virginia Association of Counties, and I am the coordinator of programs and development. For some of you that may not know who we exist and to serve and support your efforts as county officials. We support counties in many ways. A large arm of our organization is through advocacy efforts in the state legislature on behalf of local governments and also at the federal level. We also serve counties through our educational programs, member services, and communication efforts. And it is such a joy to support all of you here in Franklin County. As the newest member of VACO, this is my first opportunity to give out one of these awards. So this is just an incredible day for me. So we established the Achievement Award Program in 2003 to recognize counties that have adopted innovative approaches to providing public services and identifying programs that could serve as models for other counties to emulate. And today I'm proud to present the award to you all here in Franklin County. There have been 18 annual Achievement Award programs. We received 76 entries this year, and we had 21 winners from 14 counties. This is your second Achievement Award. You all took an award in 2012 for the Transparency for a Citizen's Dollar program. So congratulations again. I wanted to just tell you a little bit about the judges that selected you all as one of our winners. We have Ted Povar. He's a retired Associate Director of the Virginia Institute of Government. Dr. Cheryl Bailey, who is the Visiting Professor of Practice at Virginia Tech and a former Chesterfield County Deputy County Administrator. And thirdly, Larry Land, retired VACO Director of Policy and Development. All three of them served as judges this year. They did a great job, and they're very proud of Franklin County. Here are the guidelines for this program. 1, does the program offer an innovative solution to a problem, situation, or delivery of services? 2, does the program promote intergovernmental cooperation and our cooperation with local, state, federal entities, and our private enterprise in addressing a problem or situation? 3, does the program provide a model that other local governments may learn from or implement in their own localities? And 4, is the program based on programs from another public or private entity, but represents an innovative approach or customization by the local government? Of course, the judges use their expertise and instincts in making their final decisions. Ted Povar has provided a notable quote I'd like to share with you today. He says, "I continue to be inspired by the good work done by Virginia's counties. Year after year, counties prove that the Achievement Awards are a treasure trove of ideas and innovation." So now, I'd just like to encapsulate this incredible program that we are celebrating today. It is the Summit View Business Park. As Franklin County continues to recover its pre-Great Recession luster as one of the fastest-growing communities in Western Virginia, it is investing heavily in its economy, its businesses, and its people through an innovative approach to economic development and population attraction. The county boasts an enviable quality of life for those seeking a rural suburban lifestyle, but has seen its economy and population stagnate over the past decade. And I must tell you, the drive in here from Richmond today was absolutely stunning. The vision of the Franklin County Board of Supervisors is to reinvigorate the community through a focused population attraction program centered on the one missing piece necessary for success: the creation of high-wage jobs. The Franklin County Board of Supervisors has invested approximately $36 million to date in the creation of a new type of business park that is designed to attract companies and jobs of a higher caliber than were previously located within the community. The county's mission is to bring companies to the area that value the community and their employees and that reward both by providing high employee salaries and acting as leading corporate citizens. These new companies will provide opportunities for more people to relocate to Franklin County without sacrificing income or job quality. The Summit View Business Park is designed to be the vehicle through which this is achieved. The Summit View Business Park in Franklin County is the next generation of business parks for Virginia, and it has seen incredible success to date. The county purchased the first of numerous parcels that make up the 550-acre park at the beginning of 2016, and made the first of 3 business announcements in 2018. In all, the county has announced 3 new businesses locating to the park with total private investments of over $50 million and nearly 200 new and saved jobs. Most striking is the success the park has had in raising wage levels locally. The average wage announced for these 3 incoming businesses to the park is $25.39 per hour, which is a 55% increase over the prevailing wage in Franklin County. VACO would like to congratulate Franklin County once again for its excellent program. We look forward to Franklin County's 2021 Achievement Awards participation, and we are thrilled to celebrate with you here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We thank you, and I think that as chair, I should recognize that this board, for the time we've put in, and staff has made this possible, and we certainly appreciate the recognition and you being here today.
I have a plaque that I would love to present to you all.
Mr. Chairman, for the presentation of the plaque, I'm not sure if yourself would like to join Ms. Walker here at the podium, or perhaps the entire board, maybe for a photo opportunity.
Well, I feel like it's a total throughout staff and, you know, the whole group combined, and we've still got a lot of work to do, so this board should be recognized, not the chairman.
Excellent.
Y'all come down.
can tell everyone's smiling. Smiling with your eyes. Yes, you are.
Thank you so much. Keep up the great work.
Have you read this letter yet? Look here.
It's always a pleasure for our county to be recognized as being very proactive as far as planning for the future. And again, just thanks. And for public comment, Whitney Pugh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Thank you for allowing me to be here today and to be on the public comment and speak with you today. So my name is Whitney Pugh. I actually moved to the county about 15 years ago. So I grew up in a small little county similar to this one down Southwest Virginia. I'm a nurse practitioner, and November of last year, I started a service called AgenaCare House Calls. It is a concierge mobile urgent care practice, and we go to homes and businesses and provide urgent care practices. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about us and then tell you pretty much the reason that I'm here today. So we started, like I said, in November 2019, and we were just doing urgent care services as well as doing some Botox. And then COVID hit. And then, of course, when COVID hits, you know, we adjust and do everything we can to try to help the community. So at that time, we started providing primary care services as well to our clients. Physicals, we started doing functional medicine, telemedicine, nutritional medicine, lab draws, and even COVID testing, anything that we could do to help the community. Our mission and our goal, the reason that I started this practice was because I wanted to bring back that excellent quality care back to the bedside, back to our patients, because I've worked in corporate medicine for years, and that tends to kind of be gone right now. You have to see so many people so quickly, you don't have that relationship and that care. So we very quickly started adapting and opening up to several other things. So things that we treat anything you would pretty much go to urgent care for. We take care of strep, flu, of course, COVID. We even do suturing, lacerations, pretty much anything. The two things that we don't do is we don't do orthopedics and we don't do chronic pain medicine. So we are mobile urgent care. We do come to homes and businesses. We are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're only closed 2 days out of the year, and that's Easter Day and Christmas Day. We are working on obtaining our HCO licensure through the Virginia Department of Health. And that's state and federal regulated guidelines that we'll abide by as well for going into the home. And then we have applied for a non-transport EMS agency licensure, basically to bring on paramedics to help us, which is one of the reasons that I'm here today. So things that we are not is we are not an EMS response practice. We do not go acutely to patients' homes to transport them to the hospital. We are non-transport. We only see urgent care matters. So if someone was to call us and they had an acute issue that we felt needed to go to the hospital, we would definitely have them call 911 and be transported to the hospital. We have on many occasions actually gotten to the homes and called 911 ourselves to have the patient actually transported. We are in no capacity competing against EMS public safety. So the reason that I'm here with you today is because I'm asking for the approval to establish a non-transport EMS agency, the AgenaCare House Calls. With getting that licensure, I have to have approval from the board, and that's what I'm here today asking, that I get that approval from you guys, and ladies and gentlemen, and just to let you know a little bit about what we are. Over the past 10, 11 months, we have seen now over 1,000 clients in the community, and we see Franklin County and surrounding communities as well. We have done a lot of volunteering. We've helped when we have sports. We've helped with the sports groups. We've helped Angels of Assisi with several different volunteer events. And then we've done some local fundraisers to kind of help some with money and things. And we've also done some volunteering. There's been some clients that don't have means, aren't able to get out of the bed or get out to medical care, and we've been able to help those through our volunteering our time. So I appreciate your time. I know I have a limited amount of time when I'm up here to speak, so if anyone has any questions.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, if I may. Hi, Ms. Pugh. Just a quick question. Do you all bill private insurance?
No, ma'am, we don't do any billing.
So is there direct pay from,
Direct pay, yes, ma'am, it's cash pay,
it's cash pay?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Pugh, just to clarify, if there is a need for a transport, our public safety does it.
Yes, they do. If we're in this county, of course, if we're in Roanoke, whoever the local region is, but yes, correct.
And what do you need for us to vote on? Is this something like county attorney is going to have to draft for us to vote on, county administrator?
No, I even have a copy of what it would be, but it just says that you guys approve the ordinance for me to have an EMS, non-transport EMS agency in Franklin County. Basically, it's because my vehicle is parked in Franklin County. Even though we're mobile and we go everywhere, because my vehicle's parked in Franklin County, I would need that from Franklin County.
And you need that today?
No, I don't have to have it today.
Okay.
And I can even give you a copy of it.
I think if you would leave us a copy, this is a non-agenda item, and it could be on the agenda next month.
Okay.
And
Mr. Chairman, I would further that to, I would like for the county attorney, Mr. Gwynn, if you would, to take a look at the codifying language, look at county liability, if any, et cetera. Thank you.
All right, well, ma'am, we thank you. And we
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the consent, Ann Rogers.
Hi. Now, should I leave this on, or can I lower it?
Ma'am,
Do you have a preference?
pardon?
If you want to lower it, I think it's easier to hear you for
Okay.
us.
Yeah.
And you might want to pull that microphone over.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yes, yes. Can you hear me okay?
Now,
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Ann Rogers, and I am a community organizer with Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League, and I'm speaking today in behalf of Preserve Franklin. And I'm very appreciative of the opportunity to make this presentation today. My goal today is to follow up on a letter to the Franklin County Board of Supervisors signed by 36 residents of Franklin County, which was emailed to each of you on October 6th. The letter requests that the Franklin County Board petition Virginia Department of Environmental Quality to require Mountain Valley Pipeline to revise the stormwater calculations and erosion and sediment control plans for the MVP prior to any further pipeline construction in Virginia. So I'd like to begin today's presentation with a brief review of some photos that I took during a tour of MVP construction sites in January 2019. And these photos were taken in the areas around Iron Ridge, Brick Church, and Grassy Hill Roads in Franklin County. So I'll get this. They were already. Yes, yep, just click on it.
I saw them in the email here.
Well, I'll just click this one. I'll just click it. Okay. Okay.
big enough for you all to see?
mhm.
Want it a little bigger? Is that better?
Awesome.
And then Ann.
Yes, thank you. I'll just click through here very quickly.
What were these pictures taken, ma'am?
Did you say where?
When?
When? January 2nd of last year.
Of 19?
That's right. Yep. You may be thinking at this point that these photos are a little outdated since they were taken last year, and you may be wondering what the Franklin County portion of the MVP looks like today. So what I am going to share next are some aerial photos of the Franklin County portion of the MVP taken by the nonprofit organization Mountain Valley Watch in July of this year. And I copied the photos that I am about to show you from a report to DEQ written by Kirk Bowers of Mountain Valley Watch. And his report and 70 aerial photos are available for viewing on the Mountain Valley Watch website. Am I echoing a little bit? Okay, no, okay.
You're good.
The MVP has been under a stop work order since last October, so you can see that even after a year's time, the pipeline corridor in Franklin County has not revegetated the way it should. Erosion into our streams has been continuous since construction began in May 2018. That's 2.5 years of erosion. So now I'll show you just a few more pictures. And these are aerial photos.
All right, Cliff.
So what's wrong with this situation? As we discussed in our October 6th letter, MVP has based its erosion and sediment control and stormwater management plans on the assumption that pipeline construction will leave soils in as good a condition as they were prior to the start of pipeline construction. Here we see a color drawing provided by MVP to illustrate their finding that soils that have been subjected to pipeline construction will be covered in brush and meadow and as porous as they were prior to pipeline construction. And by porous, we mean capable of absorbing stormwater. So after making the unsupported assertion that pipeline construction would leave soils in as porous a condition as they were prior to the start of pipeline construction, MVP then proceeded to use this assertion to generate numerical values called curve numbers, which are used in TR 55, a National Resource Conservation Service system for calculating stormwater runoff in aquifers. TR 55 employs curve numbers from 30 to 100 to represent the ability of a soil to absorb stormwater. The higher the curve number, the less porous the soil, and the more runoff will occur during a rain event. So the higher the curve number, the more runoff you're going to get. Here we see a chart which I copied from MVP's stormwater analysis. MVP is assigning the pipeline corridor very low curve numbers. With these curve numbers, MVP is claiming that there will be less runoff from pipeline construction areas than you would see running off a healthy forest soil. So here's a chart that I created, and in this chart I have pulled some curve numbers from TR 55 that correspond to the muddy conditions that actually exist immediately following pipeline construction. And these soil conditions, which TR 55 calls newly graded areas and impervious areas, have significantly higher curve numbers than those used by MVP. So looking at my chart, we can see that for a 5-inch rainfall event, MVP's stormwater analysis underestimates the runoff from pipeline construction areas by 2.4 to 4.5 inches. To reiterate, the stormwater management equipment and protocols employed by MVP are based on this drastic underestimation of stormwater runoff throughout the entire pipeline corridor. I am very happy to share with you that Roanoke County has forwarded to DEQ and FERC a request for revision of MVP's stormwater calculations. I am very thankful to Richard K. Wood, the Assistant County Administrator, for taking this action. We would be enormously pleased and appreciative if a similar action could be taken by the Franklin County Board of Supervisors. Should I stop for questions right now?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Ms. Rogers, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rogers, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're shedding some light on what's going on. I've noticed the quite a bit of erosion for months now. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know there is a current stop order, but that did not stop them from continuing erosion control measures, correct?
I believe that is correct.
That was the only thing that the MVP could actually work on was erosion control measures, correct, Mr. Sandy? And then my next question would be for you, Mr. Sandy. Do we or do we not have someone in the county that goes out and observes erosion control measures with the pipeline? And how much authority do they have when they go out to do these inspections? Because I know Ms. Rogers and Preserve Franklin, a lot of those people have made requests for us to go out and inspect. Are we actually doing that?
So the county has no enforcement authority over ENS and stormwater for the pipeline project. That's all being handled through DEQ. And now DEQ also has a third-party firm that they've hired to monitor and do inspections. So
But we have
the county has no enforcement authority on this project.
We have a DEQ rep that reports to those people, right?
A DEQ rep, so the management of the inspections for the erosion and sediment control and stormwater is being handled out of DEQ Richmond. And
Yeah.
so my understanding is they have 2 DEQ staff people that inspect, but they've also, with the recent consent decree that was put out last year, they also have a third party now who also does third party inspections of the pipeline. So to answer your
We have no
question, no,
power
the
to-
county does not do any inspections on the.
Okay, all right. So,
Did
Ms.
that-
Rogers, those aerial photographs, when were those aerial photographs taken
In July of this year.
of this year?
Yeah, yep.
See a lot of red mud, Board. I don't see any vegetation on that pipeline. And I would have to agree with Ms. Rogers and the people she's representing. When we have all these rains, it seems like our rivers and streams are a lot more dirty and a lot more mud running through those. And I would encourage the board for the future water tables, I'm trying to find the right terminology here. I think we need to join Roanoke County and look at asking for these revisions that Ms. Rogers here talking about today. I don't see much vegetation growing on this pipeline at all. And if you ride around, like I do every day, everywhere you see the pipeline, it's bare ground. There's very little vegetation on it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may ask a
Yes, ma'am.
question? Ms. Rogers, what, if the calculations and the criteria are revised, what is the material impact that will have regulatory-wise to FERC and MVP?
Well, the quantity of runoff that is anticipated will be much more realistic. And the measures that will be taken to accommodate all that stormwater will be of a much higher level. And, you know, it almost begs the question, doesn't it, that if they really do it properly, they may come up with some stormwater quantities that suggest that it's going to be really, it's really a challenging project to do properly.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Rogers, could you go back up to some of those previous pictures, the ones that were taken last year?
Oh,
I'll
okay.
tell you when to stop. Right, those three right there.
Right there.
Yep. I'm familiar with that area. This is on Grassy Hill Road. That's been underwater for 4 years. The next picture down, if you drop down, right to the left of that, you can't see it, but that's Teal Creek. That's what the citizens of Rocky Mount are drinking from. And the next picture below that, this spills into Teal Creek every time it rains and goes into the town's water system, which also ultimately ends up in your district, Ms. Smith, down at Smith Mountain Lake. If you look at Summit View Business Park where they built Valley Star Credit Union, there's an embankment there that was heavily graded when they did that. It's covered in grass. We can grow grass. I don't understand why Mountain Valley cannot get this route under control. And I think as a board, we need to request also a revision of their stormwater program, as Mr. Mitchell commented. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. Whitlow, in the consent agenda number 2, doesn't this renew our request and our aggravation with DEQ and with Mountain Valley? We renewing?
Yes,
I thought so.
Mr. Thompson, it does request site-specific erosion sedimentation control plans rather than an overall plan for the pipeline. In terms of the calculations and revisions, I'm not sure if it goes as far as that specifically. I think that's part of this. It's a similar resolution that the Board of Supervisors adopted back in 2015, requesting FERC and DEQ to require site-specific erosion sedimentation control plans. Of course, that has not been done to date, and now with the possibility of the continuation of construction, I know there's a current stay, if you will, for stream crossings and so forth, but if that is lifted, certainly that's a concern, certainly is shared by Ms. Rogers of the Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League. As to, I guess, for the board and the intention of that draft resolution is to, again, petition the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality to require site-specific erosion sedimentation control plans, which I think in essence, and I'm looking at Mr. Sandy, I think in essence will require a recalculation to develop those plans.
Ms. Rogers, in response to your request, ma'am, we are, when we get to the consent agenda there, it's on the to-do what you're asking for. This board has done this in the past, and it's the project, and this is the frustration, my frustration. I'm only speaking for Ronnie Thompson. Can't speak for none of the other. They're not doing what they're promised they're doing, and our hands are tied. And it's very frustrating, it's very aggravating, and it shouldn't be. That's the power that they have of this eminent domain. And I wish there was some reason, I mean, if you could go down there and put a chain up across 220, but we can't do that, ma'am. But we are going to take measures to renew our frustration as you've asked when we get to the consent agenda. And if you've got any suggestions on that you could give to staff on what we can do, I mean, tell us, but we are renewing our request of our aggravation of what they're doing. Very unfortunate. And it's the power of eminent domain. And our citizens, whom you're talking about, are the ones that are suffering for this. And
This means very much to me personally that you are taking this action, and very much to our organization and to Preserve Franklin. Thank you very, very, very much.
but we have done it before, ma'am. It's in there, the request, it's done before. It's not, you know, I think we are getting, as a board member, we are getting a bum rap, and we're not doing anything, but our hands are tied, and we are trying, and we're renewing the same request over.
I'm really sorry, and we'll keep trying.
We gotta keep trying though, don't we?
Yeah. Before I go, I wanted to share 3 more quick items. The U.S. Forest Service has issued a draft supplemental environmental impact statement for the portion of the MVP that goes through the Jefferson National Forest. And attached to that SEIS is a document titled Hydrologic Analysis, which is an analysis of the quantity of sedimentation that would be generated in the National Forest in the process of constructing the MVP. And as part of that sediment calculation, hydrologic analysis uses a 4-phase timeline during which soils will be destabilized as a result of pipeline construction. And that 4-phase timeline encompasses a period of well over 1 year. So there you have the project developer acknowledging that, yes, pipeline construction destabilizes the soil for months and months and months and months, which is, of course, in stark contrast to the way the current sediment and erosion control analysis has been done. So I'll leave an analysis for you to look at. Additionally, a retired physician named Tina Smuz has written to the Montgomery County supervisors requesting that they petition Virginia Department of Health to take action to protect the families in the pipeline corridor from the spread of COVID resulting from the influx of pipeline workers. And we would be enormously appreciative to have you take a look at that and consider possibly a similar action. And then finally, this is an announcement of the draft SEIS that's been released by the U.S. Forest Service. And Preserve Franklin wanted me to share this with you and encourage that the county consider making comments.
Ms. Rogers, I sit on the Smith Mountain Lake Association Board of Directors, and we have scientific individuals that, we work in looking at predictive models for E&S. And some of the predictive models we've looked at suggest that within a 5-year period is when we'll see the effects of downstream sedimentation. Now, the problem is every man-made lake is going to have a sedimentation cycle throughout its life. That's a given. So what my worries are, of course, is the increased sedimentation that's going to be coming down through the rivers into Smith Mountain Lake and creating an expedited problem, not only in water quality as it pertains, but also, you know, the sedimentation itself causing mitigated problems with property owners and their ability to have access to the water.
Okay.
Well, that is-
Any more comments?
Definitely at the top of our list of concerns.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers.
Okay, we thank you,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you so very much. Shall I go ahead and shut this?
Mr. Sandy will take care of it. Thank you.
Okay, we need to move on with our consent agenda. Your first 6 attachments apply to the total of them. Are there any comments or any of them need to be discussed?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to pull number 3 and number 5.
Okay. 1, 2, 4, and 6, we need a motion to approve them.
I'll make a motion, we approve 1, 2, 4, and 6 under the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. And Madam Clerk, would you read the motion, please?
On the motion made by Supervisor Carter to approve 1, 2, 4, and 7 of the
6.
4 and 6 of the consent agenda, sorry, seconded by Supervisor Thompson.
Okay. Would you call the roll, please?
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Cundiff is absent. Thank you.
All righty. Number 3.
I just have one question. Said there was 2 bids submitted for the HVAC. Who was the other bid, and how much was that bid?
Mr. Mitchell, the other bid was from a company in Roanoke Mechanical Maintenance, and their bid was $154,500.
Okay, so no local companies bid on it? No Franklin County companies bid on it? Okay, thank you. That's the only question I had, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And number 5.
I wanted to pull number 5, as far as selling the 2014 Dodge, are they 5500s, Billy? 4500s? $8,000 I think is nowhere near sufficient for that truck. So I did a little research online. I got 4 trucks that I found with similar year mileage off of truckpaper.com. There was a 2013 that had 217,000 miles that's selling this. Now these are cabin chassis, just as this truck would be sold to them, correct? It's just the cabin chassis, correct? So it's just the truck. It doesn't have the body on it. 2013, 217,000 miles selling for $25,900. A 2011 with 132,000 miles selling for $29,900. A 2012, 142,000 miles selling for $29,900. And a 2015 with 210,000 miles selling for $24,986. $8,000. I feel the county is basically giving that truck to them, and I don't feel that we should sell it to them at that price. I feel we should come back with a counter offer or take the risk of putting it on online auction. But to sell it for $8,000, I don't think that is fair to the county.
Mr. Ferguson, if you will, give us the update on the exact condition of that truck and the reason behind this offer.
Well, they make offers like this anytime we get a truck re-chassis like that. The truck is in Lynn, Missouri, which is a suburb of St. Louis, and they made us an offer for $8,000. As far as I know, it's got about 160,000 miles on it. It has gave a little trouble, and it would require also the installation of an emission system onto it that is not working correctly. And also, I think the check engine light's on, but I think that was a minor repair. I did look on eGov for ambulance not just chassis, but entire trucks, and found a couple. I won't say they're comparable, but here's a 2014 Chevrolet Express G3500 that was entire ambulance. It was selling for $7,000. 2016 ambulance F450 for $7,350. 2000 Dodge Ram 4500, which is 2 years older than the ones we have. It was selling for $5,500. And the like. So we did go through and look at those. Those were complete ambulances. And so that's where I talked to, me and yourself talked, and me and Mike talked, and thought that was a pretty good offer, because I know the ambulances we typically sell around here most time bring somewhere in around, it's really hard to tell, but sometimes in the $7,000 to $10,000 range, that's with a complete ambulance on it.
Right, but
Yeah.
that's sold as a complete ambulance.
Yeah.
And someone who knows quite a bit about trucks, this truck's gonna be sold as a cabin chassis,
Right, and I'm not sure we even paid.
which
some of
makes
those
it more
prices.
valuable. People see it as an ambulance.
Right.
That they go for nothing, just like old used fire trucks. But as a cabin chassis, someone like myself would buy that truck, put a dump body on it, utility box, whatever.
If we can get that for it, I'd be all for it, because
I mean, if we just counter offer for like $12,000 or $15,000, it's more money for the county.
Right, absolutely,
I think $8,000 is just not enough.
yeah, absolutely.
Should we counter offer, say $12,000? Do we have the power to do that, county administrator, county attorney? I mean, $4,000 is
I think so.
$4,000.
I mean, yeah. But
But it may have already been done.
No, it wasn't, a counter offer wasn't made to that. They just sent an email, which they typically do, and made that offer, which quite frankly, I thought was pretty good when they sent it in. And like I said, I want to talk to Mr. Tatum and Mr. Thurman, based on what we get when we've sold them before.
Next time you're on 116, there's a Dodge 4500 cabin chassis set on the side of the road. Stop and take a look at the price tag on that truck. $8,000 is not enough.
Okay, any other discussion?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
I guess, it's gonna be, I think we will do item number 2 and item number 5. I think item number 5 might take a vote separate from item number 2. So if I could have a motion for
Thank you, Mr.
item number 2.
I think, Mr. Chairman, it's item number 3, I
three.
believe.
Pardon?
I think it's item
Number 3, yes.
Yes, yes, sir.
The replacement project bid for a contract. All in favor, I need a motion for item number 2.
To go ahead and approve item number 2.
I mean, item number 3, we'll
Number
get
3.
there.
I'll make the motion to approve item number 3.
Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, would you read?
On the motion made by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the HVAC replacement, project bid award contract approval, seconded by Supervisor Tatum. Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson? Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Cundiff is absent.
Okay. And now, I'll take comments. I guess we need a motion before we get back into the comments on this.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we approve item number 5 and give Director Ferguson the authority to make a counter offer, but if he take the best offer he can get, no less than $8,000.
I'd be okay with that, yep.
That way
I'll
he has
second
the
that.
option of working it. If we can get more, get more. If we can't, take what we can get and go with it.
I would like a second.
I made the second. I think it's a good idea, Tim. Get another $500. It's better than nothing. Yeah.
So on the motion made by Supervisor Tatum to approve number 5 of the consent agenda, the vehicle chassis surplus disposal, and give Director Ferguson the authority to counter offer, to negotiate a price no lower than $8,000, best offer higher than that. Seconded by Supervisor Mitchell.
Okay.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson. Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff is absent today.
All right, motion passes. So we'll. Okay. Todd Daniel. Item number
Yes, sir,
7. Mr. Daniel, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Give you a brief update today. You should have the report in your packet. Just a couple highlights. We have completed Route 869 Turtle Hill. We made some intersection improvements there, and it's my understanding that pavement marking is complete. Jumping over to page 2, there are many updates I'm skipping over. It doesn't mean that they're any less important, just in the interest of time. You will see us start our primary mowing. It will be our 3rd round this year. We should start that early next week to get our primary routes cleaned up for the winter season. And our 2020 surface treatment work, where we did complete overlays of various rural roads, it's also complete except for some pavement marking. We do have to wait a period of time after the surface is applied to do the pavement marking. So a little bit of that still remains, but it's basically complete. I don't have any traffic study updates this month. We've still got a few underway, which are listed in your report. We've had, as I mentioned last month, we've had a few internal discussions, but we don't have any results that we're ready to share at this point. And my only other update is on Route 641 Callaway Road. As you know, we've got a bridge superstructure project ongoing right adjacent to the Callaway Elementary School property. And if all goes well, we will complete that project by the end of this month and get the road back open to two-way traffic. We'll get the temporary signal out of the way and get that back open. And that's my update for the month, Mr. Chairman. If there are any questions, I'll be to try to answer them.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes, ma'am.
Todd, hi, this is Lori Smith. How are you?
Yes, ma'am, doing well.
Yeah, I just wanted, first of all, to extend a thank you for the request on Scruggs Road to do the mowing. I've gotten a lot of good feedback from that, so thank you. With respect to those 2 traffic studies at Blue Water and Brooks Mill, do you have any rough idea of when you all will have comments on that available?
I hesitate to give a date. What we have done, Ms. Smith, is we've actually taken turning movement counts. So what that means is we've looked at the traffic, how many cars turn left at Blue Water, headed east, how many continue straight, so on and so forth. So we've got some updated, fairly specific data. What we haven't completed is that an internal review and just a process of going through what to do based on this data. What improvement can we make? So I don't have a date because that process involves several of us, including our traffic engineers in Salem, and frankly, they're the key to that whole process. I would think that it would be fairly soon, and please don't hold me to this. I'll say 30 to 60 days, and I really don't know. I know it's been a long time. We're 120 days at least into this, or give or take. So I apologize. It's taken a while, but these 2 have proven to be a little tough in coming up with an answer that we think will work or help improve the intersection.
Todd, I completely understand, and I don't want to nail you down to a specific time frame. I was just, curious if it would be, more forthcoming than maybe 6 months down the road or something. So that answers my question. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I will say we will do our absolute best to not reach that 6-month mark by any means.
Thank you, Todd.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Mr.
Yes,
Daniel.
sir.
Hey, Todd, it's Ronnie Mitchell. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Ran into the other day. I've had another citizen call about 6 Mile Post Road where the washout occurred. As far as how rough the road is, have you and Mr. Pagans had a chance to go up and take a look at that and see if we can do something about that rough spot?
Yes, sir. Actually, we discussed that internally this morning in preparation for this meeting. It's my understanding that we'll be working on that very soon, possibly as early as tomorrow, to do some additional paving slash patching over the culvert washout on 6 Mile Post. And in addition, we're going to look at a few other spots that could use some improvement. I don't have an answer for anywhere except for the culvert right now,
Okay.
but we're definitely reviewing it and have some plans.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Ms. Daniels, it's Leland.
Yes, sir.
The Toms Knob Road pipe replacement, that's great. Because there was a lot of flooding there, and I was really surprised to see it, the progress that they're making. And there's a sign someone took out on 619 right below Goose Dam Road on the left side going down. I think someone propped it up on a fence.
I will make a note of that, and we will check on the sign, and I'll convey the message on Tom's Knob
Okay,
as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And Todd, we appreciate the work that y'all, the efforts that you're making, and we certainly want to pass on thank yous.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Carter?
That was me hanging up the call.
Thank you.
Well,
Try, let's click it 15 times.
wait, I didn't know I was gonna do that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Can you hear me okay, or do you want me to take the mask off?
Take it off. Please.
Okay. Well, it helps me because then my glasses won't fog up, so thank you.
That's why I asked you to do it, because I'm sitting over here trying to keep mine from fogging up. I feel you.
Appreciate that. So really quickly, I'll go through really what we're going to do next month especially is update you on how our property taxes are coming in. I don't want to belabor probably the same points that we've talked about every month. So really looking at this is through September, 25%. Overall general fund, everything's in line with where we would expect other than known variations we would anticipate. I'll go through a little bit more detail on that, but I didn't want to go further on that one. Wanted to point this one out to you. When you compare year over year, the yellow bar is the current year. The green line is the prior year. So you can see right now, property taxes, real estate, and personal are about in line with where they were this point last year. Other local taxes are up a little bit. That's mainly being driven by sales tax. Revenue from the state is up, but from a percentage of budget standpoint, it's mostly driven by social services and CSA, so it's not a great increase from a operational standpoint that wasn't planned for. So local sales tax continues to outperform. You can see that it's trending higher. It actually is peaking from what it was 2 years ago. We're at $310,000 over a prior year at this point through September 30th, or about a 21.6% increase. So it's very thankful. That's about $5 million, $5.5 million of our annual budget. So 20% increase is fairly significant for us if that trend holds for the year. Mills tax is still falling below projections. Well, it's not. It's below projections, but it's falling below prior year at 4.5%, or about $18,000. Again, we budgeted a 25% decrease in mills tax, so we're well below where we budgeted for this point in time. As far as trends in occupancy, we're still seeing a large increase. It's about 54.3% compared to the same time last year. It's a little over $36,000, so nowhere near the dollar impact that sales tax is when we see that level of an increase. So expenditures, really wanted to focus on for public safety, and that includes, that's the function of public safety, so that's sheriff, corrections, fire, EMS. Really, that increase is the CARES Act money. As we are spending that down, it falls up under that category. All of the other categories are within line from where they would be considered compared to last year. Health and welfare is being driven by CSA. A lot of that we just finished as of September 30th, being able to post prior year invoices to last year's business. So that's in some of that number as audit adjustments are kind of undone for the current year. That'll probably drop a little bit, but we are seeing a little bit of increase in CSA again. But I think that's mostly being driven by foster care at this point. Private day is, of course, up, but because of the public school situation, it's really foster care that's driving that. Unassigned fund balance really hasn't changed. We will, auditors are actually, we're working with them this week. They'll be here later in the week, so realistically, it'll be December before we have final audited numbers, and we'll update the fund balance situation for you then. But as far as last year's number, we're still at about our $2 million buffer, and we have a work session later to talk about some carryover items. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have for that brief overview.
Mr. Chairman, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Back to sales tax, Mr. Carter. That bump up in sales tax, do you think some of that's driven by internet sales?
I do. The exact percentage, I don't know. We do not get those reports. The Commissioner's Office may get some level of detail on what's in those sales tax figures. But I do figure that it is, if I remember from the state online, I don't remember the percentage, but they're seeing it. So if they're seeing it, that is trickling down to Franklin County as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Carter, we thank you very kindly, sir.
Thank you.
I don't know what's happening.
It's this box up here.
Oh.
I got it. Thank you.
Mr. Rose?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Y'all may recall I was here for a work session on September 15th in the side room, and we talked at that time about looking at doing some terming out of your existing debt as it relates to the Summit View Business Park, and as well as some potential refunding opportunities. What we're asking tonight, or this afternoon, is that you approve a resolution solely to allow us to move forward if conditions remain favorable in the interest rate and credit markets over what would be hoped will be by the end of the calendar year, to simply save money as it relates to some 40+ million of debt that is already outstanding, and also to, as I mentioned, term out some interim funding we did for the Summit View back in 2018. The plan was always to take that and permanently finance that, and to do that anytime between now and basically 2023. But because interest rates are right now hovering at some 50 to 60-year lows, we think the time is ripe to do that. Hard to imagine interest rates will be materially lower in the future. And even if they are, it will be considerably lower today than anything we had estimated. So with that, happy to answer any questions about the resolution. We also have my presentation if anybody wants to reference that. Mr. Carter was kind enough to have that set up for the system. But again, I wasn't planning to be very long. Would be back here next month in November to ask you to approve the legal documents, probably be with bond counsel as well. But really, that's all I was going to say to the board, Mr. Chairman. And if you approve this, we will be in front of the IDA on Thursday to ask them to do the same thing. I think that's 10 o'clock Thursday morning. I'll be back for that presentation to them.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Since next month you'll bring back legal documents which will seal the deal, correct? Are we able to lock in an interest rate now?
No.
In case they were to go up next month?
So I wish we could do that, and I wish we could do that next month as well. We can't. This will be what we call a public sale. because the size is too large for some of the local regional banks to want to lock that in. It's just, we're talking about upwards of some $65 million of existing debt that you have outstanding, either locking that in or making the interest rates lower. So it would be what's called a public sale. We would get your blessing, hopefully, on that meeting. I think it's the 17th of November. Don't hold me to it. At that point, we would either select underwriters or we would do this we call competitively, depending upon market conditions. And the hope would be to do that sometime at the end of November, early December, and close that if markets hold by the end of December. So we would lock that in if rates and markets remain favorable sometime in early December. That's what we're thinking about. That's the fastest we legitimately could do all this, given all the pieces that are necessary to be put together.
All right, appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
Mr. Rose, welcome. It's nice to see you again. I just have a fundamental question. How often do the rating agencies look at bond ratings? And when should we anticipate another review?
So this financing, if we move forward, will actually get in front of what will be inevitably a review. So we will contact them. In fact, I did that today, and I told them that potentially if you and the IDA approve this, we'd like to firm up some discussions with the rating agencies. We're planning for that shortly after the election, actually the next day possibly. And so we would have that reviewed. Normally, to answer your question, though, they're supposed to do this on a regular basis. What does regular mean? For a county this size or a city this size, depending, would be about annually or every other year. So we are pretty much due for them, but they are very busy. And so this would be us asking them to do that. They will comply, of course. That's part of the process, but normally we expect this sort of almost annually.
Do you think that we can anticipate an enhanced position?
I don't, because with the COVID issues, they are fundamentally not trying to get themselves a little bit more out there with regard to taking some, I'll call it, risk on their part. You enjoy very strong credit ratings. I see no reason that the grading will be downgraded, which we're seeing a number of places are at risk, a number of states and communities. We are seeing that, but I'm not at all worried about that for Franklin County. We do the right things, and as Mr. Carter just talked about, we are well-run, you're solid, just not worried about that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Well run. Speaks well.
Mr.
Any
Chairman,
other-
I'll offer a motion if you'd like to get it on the table.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll second it.
Look, if I may
Oh,
read
sorry.
the motion, I think under the circumstances. I make a motion that the Board of Supervisors approve the resolution authorizing the issuance of public facility lease revenue refunding bonds to permanently finance the 2018 bond anticipation notes and other existing debt, and authorize the county administrator, county attorney, and director of finance to sign all documents necessary for the lease revenue and refunding bonds.
Now, could we have a second?
Yes, I'll second it.
On the motion made by Supervisor Smith, to authorize the issuance of public facility lease revenue refunding bonds to permanently refinance the 2018 bond anticipation notes and other existing debt, and authorize the county administrator, county attorney, and director of finance to sign all documents necessary for the lease revenue and refunding bonds, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell.
Could we have a roll call vote?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes,
And Supervisor Cundiff is absent.
motion passes.
All right,
Mr.
thank you
Rose,
all,
we-
and
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes.
hopefully we'll be back next month.
Yes, sir.
So,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rose.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Torrance?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. You get me again. Ms. Torrance was unable to be here. So I'm taking care of her agenda item. For an update, if you remember, the board did back on March 17th, actually have a public hearing to implement twice a year real estate tax collection. So staff has been moving forward with that now that Ms. Torrance's office has kind of gotten through the reassessment and worked through the appeals process. One thing she did was follow up with PCI, which is the vendor, for the software vendor that would have to implement that change. If you remember, we did mention that there was a cost to that, to make the software change. The last quote was $50,000. With the renewal quote from PCI, it has increased to $63,000 for that, since it's been about 2.5 years since we received the prior quote, so general inflation would dictate. So one of the things that we're looking at today, if we want to move forward, we have no funds appropriated for this purchase or this change order for PCI. So in order to move forward, we're asking the board, one, to affirm that, yes, they want to move forward with PCI, approve the quote that is attached to your executive summary, your agenda item. We can either appropriate the funds now, or we can discuss it in the work session. We wanted to get it in here that we need money appropriated, but it is part of the carryover work session scheduled for later. But we cannot move forward until there are funds appropriated by the board to pay for those costs. Should that occur, the timeline would really be that there's a major upgrade, from what I understand, to the PCI software, completely separate of this process, that is scheduled to be implemented in February of 2021. So realistically, after that upgrade is done, then PCI will perform the update to twice a year, and the Commissioner's Office and Treasurer's Office, in coordination with anything that they need from the Finance Office, will test that during calendar 2021 to be effective for January 1st, 2022. So the first twice-a-year tax collection would be for June 5th, 2022. That's the timeline right now that we're looking at. So that I'd be happy to answer as best I can any questions.
I guess my question is, we won't vote on this today.
I would like a approval to move forward with the quote and appropriation if possible, but it can be deferred. We do not need to sign immediately. But we did want to get, sometimes it's a 60 to 90-day lead time with a software company to deploy resources, so we didn't want to push it too far.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer a motion for the board's consideration that we appropriate the $63,000 from year-end carryover for software implementation, and to authorize the county administrator and county attorney with Commissioner Revenue and Treasurer to sign any documents necessary to approve the software updates to allow for twice-a-year real estate tax collection.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. But this money is not appropriated as of today, am I correct?
Not as of today. With the approval of this action, it would be appropriated from year-end carryover funds, year-end surplus.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Madam Clerk, would you poll the board?
Yes. Would you like me to reread the motion?
Please.
Oh, yes, sure. On the motion made by Supervisor Smith to appropriate $63,000 from year-end savings to fund the software implementation costs, and authorize the county administrator, the county attorney, and in coordination with the Commissioner of the Revenue and the Treasurer, to sign any documents necessary to approve the software updates to allow twice-a-year real estate tax collection. That was seconded by Supervisor Mitchell. Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
No.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes. Motion carries. And we'll take a break.
I would give anything in this world. That Tunich guy would ask me that I have, do I have a
Everything they're gonna do is a fight.
I'd give anything in this world if he'd asked me what he asked Leland Mitchell.
I know what your answer was.
Huh?
I said, I know what your answer is.
What would your answer be?
Oh.
Yeah, slimy. Yeah, I know.
The board is back in session.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Dr. Church, if you'd like to proceed. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. And before I even start, I do appreciate this board's recognition of Anthony Swan, the Virginia Teacher of the Year. And that is just so exciting for us and for our county to have the Teacher of the Year. And I do appreciate this board taking the time to recognize his achievement. But Anthony's one of many of our professionals that we have working with our children, everything from administrators, teachers, librarians, custodians, cafeteria workers. This has not been an easy time since before March. It is unprecedented, and I know we hear that a lot, that we're living in unprecedented times. To be a public educator is probably one of the most difficult jobs I would say that's out there. I'll maybe secondary to healthcare workers. It's just difficult because we're asking our professionals, our teaching professionals, to teach both in person, online, with individuals that are sometimes not as engaged as you'd like for them to be. There's humor in some of this. We've heard teachers and others talk about what they see on the Zoom camera. And, it's amazing what people do in their own homes. So, but it's certainly been challenging. I can tell you that your teachers and our support staff have just done an outstanding job to educate our citizens. And so I do appreciate that. The reason I'm here today is to talk about carryover. Because, and I'll get into it in a little bit, the reason why we have the carryover we were able to slow down expenditures, and we saved in a number of areas. And so, because, before I even get into that, it is not looking like we're going to be able to provide our teachers a raise. Something that is we are losing ADM. We are having other issues just with sales tax. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. Lottery, for our teachers in our community, our school community. Of course, we were on target to provide a substantial raise for them before the pandemic, and the governor had money available for us, and thought we would be able to do it, and we were looking forward to doing so. But as you know, here's where we are. We have approximately $1.8 million in carryover.
Are you talking to that, please?
I will try.
Thank
Will
you.
it help you if I take the mask off?
Probably would. Thank you.
All right. So I'll try not to cough. But $1.8 million in carryover, and again, I'll go through how we sort of got that. But what I'm asking for today is about $1.7 million in a total appropriation out of that 1.8. We're still under audit. We believe that we're correct in our number, but the audit's still happening. So to be safe, we want to make sure that we're good with the 1.7. What our recommendation number one is that we provide all of our full-time staff a $1,000 bonus. That's $1,000 to the custodian, to the bus driver, to the cafeteria worker, to the teacher. All of our full-time individuals, $1,000 as a bonus to them, and then $500 would be a bonus to anyone who's part-time. That is sort of in line with other school divisions in our area and what they're trying to do for their employees. We estimate that cost is going to be about $1.3 million, including the Social Security tax. Our recommendation number 2 is that the rest of the money that we have available, as you know, we're working hard to try to get our air conditioning projects done at our elementary schools. We were on target to do so, but if we were allowed the $410, $410, that'd be nice, $410,000 for the completion of the Ferrum project, that'll allow us to get that done this summer. We have the Rocky Mount project on target, and we plan on using next year's money that we get from the Board of Supervisors, the 880, to help us with that. But I'm not asking for that today. Of course, if you felt like you needed to appropriate that, we would be fine with it. But that's going to help us get our elementary school air conditioning projects moving forward. For our budget update, we have approximately almost $3 million in coronavirus relief funding that comes from 4 different sources, including $100,000 from the county. And we are very appreciative of the county helping us with PPE for our workers and our students. We have seen a loss in ADM from 6,325 to 6,100, which results in about $1.2 million of SOQ loss based on the current state budget allocations. Now, there's legislation that may be out there to help hold harmless for the loss in ADM. We are not the only school system in the area who have seen a reduction in ADM. Again, because of the coronavirus, we have families who have chosen to pull their kids out for various reasons, and we are all seeing that reduction. Sales tax was reduced by $510,807 in 2021, and we're anticipating $502,029 in 21-22 sales tax reduction. Salaries and benefits, non-salary expenses are down year over year due to COVID-19 impact on our operations and instruction. We were $568,000 lower in salaries this year as compared to last year. And if we continue that projection forward, we should be $1.9 million lower this time than we were last year. And the downward trend should continue. The General Assembly have completed their session, and we should be getting our formal budget numbers within the next 10 days. The carryover determining factors from March 16th, 2020, our school operations closed for the remainder of the year. We put a hiring and spending freeze through June 30th. We hired no one. So when we didn't need substitute teachers, substitute custodians, our bus drivers, we were able to save on fuel. We were also able to save because the buildings weren't operating at full capacity, electricity. We also did not use some of our retirees because they usually come in and substitute. So that's a savings to us. Our personnel costs were down $270,724 below last year's level. We have other, again, as I mentioned, reduced categories such as fuel, utilities, end of the year spending in preparation for our next year's school budget. That spending freeze created favorable accrual balances for the year. Anticipated revenue reductions occurred, but not to the extent that we forecasted. So I respectfully ask that you allow us to use our projected carryover to give our employees a needed bonus and hopefully we can get that before the Christmas holidays for our employees, and also the remainder of it so we can start planning for the Ferrum Elementary air conditioning project, with Rocky Mount Elementary coming the following year with the monies that we typically get. I'm here to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a statement, please?
Yes.
I'd just like to talk about how hard the teachers are working. And just to, I was hoping maybe a brief description of what they're doing from you, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it for you. So what teachers are doing now, the school system voted on an A/B schedule. So that does not mean that our teachers are teaching one class. It doesn't mean that they're teaching two classes. It means that our teachers are teaching 3 different classes. They have a class that they have to prepare and teach on Monday and Tuesdays. It's an all virtual day on Wednesday. There's a different group of students on Thursday and Friday. And then third, they're having to prepare for all the virtual students from their class. So they're not teaching one class, they're teaching 3. And I'm very familiar with Canvas. This Canvas program that the teachers have to put their lessons on. I know for a fact, and if you can back me up, you guys have the ability to look at login times and login hours that the teachers, now correct me if I'm wrong, do we not have teachers that are having to stay up at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning to get their Canvas work done?
Well, I can't speak for every teacher, but we are putting in a lot of time, and so teachers are working, all kinds of hours, and they're getting better at it. It's the same if you have children at home and you're going through the program as a parent and students, it takes a little while to get used to.
Right.
One of the issues is also, and you're exactly right, I'll add to what you say, is that when you're teaching, for example, the one part, the A day, you have B day who's on virtual, and then when you get to the B day, you have the A days that are on virtual. And if you're the teacher, you're managing all of that, plus some of them are managing online who are totally online and not A, not B. So with that, it is not your typical, we were on and you all are on camera, I mean, people are seeing you at home and they're working with that. And that would be great if all of our students, just took the information and then said, okay, we'll take the quiz at the end and all's well. It's very difficult. And so the magic that happens in a classroom with a teacher who, for example, has that interaction with you, and when you're messing up, can sort of pat you on the back and say, "Come on, let's encourage you to do so." It's very difficult to do that online because they're not. It's just they may be doing the work 2 days later, and then they have a question. So then another element is that student and their parents are contacting the teacher outside of their normal hours. So sometimes they're getting that call or that email at 9, 10 o'clock at night.
Sometimes
teachers
11.
are dedicated, so they're trying to answer that at 9, 10 o'clock at night. And if you have a teacher at home and educators, there's a lot of tears. And you want to do so well for your students, and when you can't pull it off and it's not happening for you like it used to happen for you, and when you're one-on-one, it's very, very frustrating. It's very frustrating for the teachers, the parents, the students. We're getting better, and we're gonna make it. But
Yep.
right now, as an example, I asked our business community through the Chamber of Commerce.
I got your letter.
Oh, well, I hope you give us.
I got to pick Callaway or Ferrum though, and you know why. So.
I know, I understand. And so, but, just to show appreciation to teachers, it's easy for us to say we appreciate them, but when you're in the middle of it and sometimes you're getting parents who aren't exactly kind to you, it's not the teacher's fault that something didn't upload or download, but the teacher's getting the brunt. The principals are getting the brunt. And so I appreciate, Mr. Mitchell, you saying that.
I got one more statement I want to add to that, and that is, I feel that if we do not support the school system and allow them to do this one-time bonus, I think this is just another blow to them and their staff. And we have teachers that are at their wits' end with everything that's going on, and I think this will be huge to just give them a little morale boost that they need just to keep doing the job they're doing. I would ask this board to support what Mr. Church is here for.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I have a comment. First off, I want to applaud you and your staff and all the teachers that have worked through this time. This has been 2020. I can't wait for 2021 to get here, because pray that it's better than what we've had for this past year. It's been a challenging time, And I know that, it's been so much unknown. And I just want to applaud you and your staff for the way that you have adapted and adapted in a safe way, taking in consideration the safety of our children, the staff, and everyone.
Thank you.
And with that said, I would like to make a motion that the Board of Supervisors approve the carryover request in the amount of $1,367,694 for the school employees' bonuses and the pending sufficient carryover savings from the final audit report to approve the $410,062 for the school air conditioning and capital projects.
I second that motion.
Gotcha.
I have no problem with the motion and second, but had we finished the discussion?
You can
We have
discuss on
something
the
to
second.
discuss.
We'll discuss it later, okay? Clerk, will you read the motion, please?
Sure, do you want me to read it before further discussion?
That was my thought, but I was told that we have a motion on the floor.
Yes, sir. So on the motion made by Supervisor Tatum to approve the request of $1.367694 funds for employee bonuses for full-time and part-time employees of the schools, in pending the results of the audit, an additional $410.62 for the air conditioning projects that's pending the numbers back from the audit. Is that right, Supervisor? Seconded by a tie, but I'll say Supervisor Smith.
We'll do paperwork
Okay.
next time.
All right, we have a motion and second, and I'll open it back up for discussion.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Dr. Church, I have a question or two. Have you all received any notification from the state that they're going to freeze your ADM?
We have not gotten official word. The superintendents have been lobbying very hard for a hold harmless, and that's what we understand could be a part of the legislation. Hold harmless helps us for one term.
Yeah.
And it's not, but it's not just going to benefit, it probably won't benefit Fairfax, because I think they saw an increase and some others saw mostly increases. But because of this, almost every school division seen a decrease.
Okay, and I wanted to make one additional comment. My colleagues did an excellent job characterizing everything I wanted to say. But there are unintended consequences relative to the schools and COVID. And one of the things that came up in a meeting that Mr. Mitchell and I are having with school board members on other projects is the fact that your teachers, and this is a general statement, don't have a soft place to fall when it comes to substitutes. In many cases, I'm understanding. It's very difficult for you all to identify substitutes to come in, taking the risk of COVID at the rate that subs make. And I think that that is an unintended consequence, if you will, but it's one that I recognize. And the challenges that you all have articulated, as I said very well, are there for sure. But I think that the challenges that the teachers and bus drivers and everybody within the school system, that all of these challenges you guys have been undergoing they're in some cases, you might think insurmountable, and you're doing the best you can with what you have. And I just want you to know how much I appreciate that. And I appreciate every single school employee, regardless of where they work and what they do. I think that you have a tall order, and I think you all are doing very well under the circumstances. And I want to make sure that we're here to support that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I have a couple of questions, and I had a call last week. I guess it was a complaint, and they wasn't happy with the Chromebooks, that they felt like that they might be outdated, and I thought if you could bring me up, I'd be glad to respond back to it.
Most of our Chromebooks are adequate. One of the problems that we are running into is bandwidth, and having just having connection to the internet. And so that was an issue for a lot of our people. If a Chromebook is not working correctly, they'll let us know. We'll try to swap it out with something different. We bought, with the money that we got for the relief package, of course, you asked me how many, and I couldn't tell you, but we bought a bunch, and that's not quantifiable, but to try to put newer Chromebooks. But if we have something that's not working for a student, we want to know, because we want the machine itself to work for our families. Most of the time it does, it works fine. The problem is that they can't connect sometimes from where they are at home. All of our schools have internet capability, and you can get in the parking lots and you're able to connect. We're putting hotspots in with families who ask for them. The director of technology told me today we were able to connect with everyone except for one family who took a hotspot, and they just live in a spot where they have no data service. So that's what we've noticed is our issue. But if you'll have them get with us, we'll make sure that they have the at least equipment that's working.
I kind of read into that it might have been a weak signal that it worked sometime and sometime. And another question is, how many schools, especially the elementary schools, don't have air conditioning today in their cafeteria?
I have Daryl Spencer with me. And Daryl, how many are 4? Can you name them for me, please?
Sure. It's, in the cafeterias, it's Lay Hill, Sontag, Rocky Mount, and Fairham.
Thank you.
And is this not a priority?
It is a priority. We have 880,000 each year as a capital improvement to try to manage that. When you have an air conditioning project, it's $500,000, and we have the rest of the things that we're trying to work with. It's just difficult for us to knock them out. We're trying, hitting them one a year, but it's just a lack of funds in capital. Again, that was not part of the request, but for example, if this board committed next year's 880 to our air conditioning project, said, okay, it's going to exist for you, and it always has, we can go ahead and knock 2 of them out this summer, knowing that we have that money, because we'll start into it before the end of the year. But the way we work it now to appropriate it, we don't have it yet, so we can't spend it. So, but if this board said they would commit to the 880 that we normally get to appropriate it, we could knock 2 of those air conditioning projects out this summer.
Okay, I think we might be mindful of that.
I didn't want to come in with my hand too far out.
Well, and the ADM is counted when?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
The ADM, when is the date that it's actually counted?
It's March. We do two counts, at the end of September and at the end of March.
Okay.
The March is the one that has the biggest bite to it, and that's the one where you're held accountable. And so, even now over the course of the year, we'll have individuals leave us, go to Roanoke, we'll get people in. So March the 30th is the day that's the day where our budget is based on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Board, if you're ready.
I'd like to add on to what you're saying. So you're saying you got 880, and we're getting ready to vote to give you 440. So isn't that enough money to do 3?
Not with everything else that we have. That's all we have for capital.
You're saying you'd have to spend all
So
of it?
it's out of next year's money that would be appropriated, for example, to come out in the next fiscal year of July. But if this board committed to it and we knew we had it, we could go ahead and do 2 projects this summer. By the time it all rolls around, we would have the money and be appropriated, and we'd be able to pay the bill. So it would be, for us, we could have our architects and people go ahead and be ready for doing both 2 projects, knowing that we have the money coming from the 880 into next year's budget. So on July 1, we would be in the middle of that second air conditioning project, and we could pay the bill because it would be appropriated in that year.
So do you need to bring something back to the November meeting on this? I mean,
I can.
I would like to interject something, Mr.
Yeah.
Mitchell, if I may.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would hesitate to enter into designation of any funding. We don't know what 2021 is going to hold in terms of COVID and in terms of, if we are in the same situation we're in right now in first and second quarter, our numbers could take a hit. And so I would be very hesitant for us to enter into commitment of next year's revenues due to COVID. Does
Yeah,
that make sense?
Not exactly. I was just saying maybe have something on paper in front of us so we can actually have something to discuss on.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
But it would need to be in the budget, I think, for next year.
So we're in, and that's the reason why we're one project in the summer with the carryover, and then the next year we'd be able to get it.
Yes. Okay, but we can deal with that in next year's budget. Yeah. Okay, Madam Clerk, we have a motion and second.
We do.
Would you hold the board?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell.
Yes,
And Supervisor Cundiff is absent. Thank you.
motion
Thank you.
carries.
Thank you, Dr. Church.
Thanks, Dr. Church.
Our best to the schools, Mark.
Aye. I guess Mr. Burnett is ready.
Yes.
He's already on the way.
Fun stuff to talk to you about.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So here today to talk about two different things. Every couple of months I come to you and give you an update on the overall park at Summit View so that you have some ideas of what we're doing and what your funding and decisions have reaped. And so we thought today that rather than get into a very detailed presentation, that I might just show you an overview of the park. You saw earlier today Eric Schmidt and the GIS department, what they can do. They went out, he and Jake Shad went out and did a drone video for us to show you what's going on at the park and how that relates to the master plan that you all have approved some years ago. So with your permission, about 3 minutes worth of time, and hopefully I won't interrupt it too much. So this is the north region of the park and the northern access road. And that is stick pack as of about 2 weeks ago. The site for traditional medicinals that's under design. This area here is where you will see your next set of sites in the northern region of the park. So that'll be kind of a next phase. And
When
then
were
we'll
these
come-
pictures taken?
About 2 weeks ago. And so we'll come back to this in just a minute regarding the connector road. So now we're talking about the recreation area of the park. You can see the pavilion that's been completed. Produce auction is in that facility right now. The athletic field, number 1, has just been finished. And this is the walking trail that Parks and Rec has put in with the help of Rotary. This is the southern entrance to the park, as well as a pocket park to the right. And when we're talking about D3, we'll be able to show you that a little bit more. This is the Valley Star administrative campus. What you're looking at there is the Dogwood site. That's the site that we'll be able to put a 1 million square foot building on. About 1/3 of that site has already been developed and graded, so we're ahead of the game on that. And of course, the water tank that's just been completed. And there's Summit View in 3 minutes. So big thank you to the GIS department.
Could that be put on our website?
We will, yes, sir. They're actually working on some voiceover for us as well. So
That's
hopefully
great.
we'll be able to do
That's
that.
great.
So some more good news. As you've heard in the last couple of weeks, the U.S. Economic Development Administration has approved a grant to Franklin County for $4.7 million. And we're going to be using that funding in partnership with SmartScale at $3.75 million. And we have an application that's pending with VDOT right now for revenue sharing of another $5.3 million. We're hoping to get good news on that in December. So if all of that goes through, we'll be building the connector road, which we'll put together the two sides of the park. Brick Church is running right down the middle here, and Virginia Furniture Market is in here. So things that go on within the park will now be able to go between the south side and the north side of the park without getting onto 220. This actually works in concert with the two-phase signals that will be going out on each one of those access roads. So as you can see, it's a big project. It's going to be covering a brand new road here from the intersection on the northern access road out to Brick Church, and then they'll be actually rebuilding Pleasant Breeze down through here. So we hope that we'll be able to get started on that project very shortly. We'll have a lot of work to be done because it is a federal grant, the Economic Development Administration, a lot more strings and things you have to do for that. So we'll be trying to work through that process and get it to design so that we can get it bid and constructed, hopefully in 2022.
Mike, if I may, just
Yes,
quick,
ma'am.
on the revenue sharing. So the $5.3 million would leave a match for the county of roughly 2.1.
Actually,
Is that our share?
that's actually the amount that we have from the EDA, and the SmartScale will actually match that revenue sharing. So there wouldn't be any funding from the county.
Oh, gotcha.
So the whole connector road's funded?
Correct.
Excellent.
Yes, ma'am.
Very
That's-
good work.
That's been, that's why we've been so focused in on that federal money, because it does open a couple of $1 million that we thought we were going to have to pay out, that we're not now going to have to. So the connector road will be one of the next items, but what I wanted to show you and talk a little bit about today is the D3 road segment. So I'm going to walk through these really quickly. The yellow A1, A2, and the F areas, those are ones that are currently in design, that hopefully we'll be going to bid with those early next year. We are also, as you can see, the green B segment has already been completed. The light blue E section has been completed. So what we have left is the connector road, which entails C, G, D1, D2, and then the next project that we would need to be constructing is the D3 segment. So D3 is going to connect from where the road ends right now, next to Valley Star, and will connect up to the existing road of Pleasant Breeze. So it'll be kind of the connecting piece between the existing roads. Probably going to be a little easier for you to see in just a second. One of the things that, as you know, we like to do is to get double value out of one expense. And so as we did this project, or as we're designing this project, we're taking a lot of dirt down to make this road. There's a huge hill right in the middle of it. So since we've got to move that dirt anyway, we are looking to build another pad site. That pad site would be located here, and again, I'll show you this a little bit easier in a minute. It's about 15 acres, so it's about half the size of the traditional medicinal site, and just about a third bigger than the stick pack site. So it's another pad that we'll be able to market. As you know, whenever we have a pad, we sell it pretty quick, so we get somebody in on it. So we feel really comfortable about that. So you can see it just a little bit better. This is the existing conditions. You can see the Valley Star site here. This is the existing Southern Access Road. Here is Pleasant Breeze as it stands today. So what D3 will do is actually connect those two sides or two end pieces of road together. Then on top of that, we'll be adding in a pad of about 15 acres that would be located just at the end of the D3 site. So that's what we're looking to do. We have given you all an overview of that in your packet. What we'd like to do, if the board is so inclined, is to allow us to go ahead with construction bidding on the project. Right now, it's in final design. Hopefully, VDOT will be signing off on that any day. And so to try to expedite the process as much as we could to go ahead and get board approval to bid it. That way we could do that bidding just as soon as the documents are ready. We would not be going to construction or awarding any kind of construction contract before we came back to you all. So this would just be an approval for us to actually put it out to bid. And so I'll be glad to answer any questions that you all might have.
So Mike, is there offset funding against this $3 million from the connector road?
Yeah, so you're talking about for the D3 segment? Mm-hmm. So D3, we actually had that funding budgeted within the second borrowing. Yeah. We also have about $860,000 of grant funding that's already been secured from the Tobacco Commission and from VDOT's Industrial Access Program. So we would have that to go against the $3 million. So it would be about about $2.2 million or so in county funds through our second borrowing.
And so this is just a historical question. I wasn't around for the initiation. These are pads are they quote unquote pad ready in terms of infrastructure when we market these pads?
They are. What we try to do in most of the agreements that we have with any of the businesses at Summit View, and we also did it with those in Commerce, is we'll get the pad site ready. You still have to do, as a business, you still have to do your final grading, compaction, some things like that. And then we make sure that we've got the road, the water, the sewer, and the electric to your property line. And then once you have that, once you get onto your property, you'll take it onto the property line. Pass the property line onto your property.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, sir.
So I was speaking to one of my customers last week who pretty big wig in commercial development. We always have a nice conversation over this. I would like for you to do a little research on what projections are for next year for commercial development, because this is obviously going to be a commercial property. What he was telling me isn't looking good. So I would caution our county on, I'm perfectly good of soliciting bids, but what he was telling me is he doesn't see start getting better to probably third quarter of next year. So in the example he gave me, his company alone had 90 hotels that they were going to build this year, and they were only able to build 2 of them. That's how many backed out because of COVID.
Yeah.
So on the residential private sector, things are booming. On the commercial side, I think this board needs to be very cautious, and I would ask that you look into what he was telling me as far as what they're projecting for commercial development for the next couple of years before we go spending $2 million to
Yeah,
build another
and-
pad.
And Mr. Mitchell, I'll be glad to do that. I will say that by the time that we can get the bids in and bring a construction project or contract back to you all, it's probably going to be January, potentially even February. Road's going to take about a year to build, so you're probably looking more at the 2022 timeframe, early 2022. What we're seeing in economic development on the industrial side, a lot of prospects, a lot of leads, but people seem to be researching right now. They're not making their final decision or moving forward, pulling the trigger on a project. But the leads have actually gone up recently. So hopefully that we'll start seeing some of that go through the pipeline 2021, 2022. But yes, I totally agree.
Yeah, just keep an eye on it.
But there's one thing for sure. If we don't have a pad, we won't have any people looking, will it? Because we found out how quick our pads went when we had them prepared and ready. And, you know, as of today, we don't have any.
That is true. Yes, sir.
And so hopefully we can get to work. And any more discussion? Okay. We've got,
Mr. Chairman, I got something I was gonna bring out in other matters by supervisors, but this might be appropriate time since, Mr. Burnett's here
yes,
to bring it out. I got a call the other day from one of the constituents and said that the water tower looked really nice. And so, well, I got in the car the next day and went over there, and it looks really nice.
Thank you.
And I spent some time at the business park at that point, riding around and looking, which I hadn't done in a while. And there was a couple things that bothers me about the business park. And I don't know if the rest of the supervisors have been over there and looked around. But we are, with this business park, we're trying to make a statement with Franklin County. When I came in and I looked at the house that had been refurbished and worked on were businesses, and one side of it, you can't tell what color it is because of the mold. And the repairs that's there and the silos that we all wanted to leave, because to do that, I think that it's gonna behoove this county, and this is what I was gonna bring up. I think we need to spend a couple of dollars and really put forth an image there for the county, to paint them silos, maybe something very similar to the water tower, and paint the roof on that house the green, and paint that house white, get that place looking nice, so that people come in and say, well, you got this and you're spending this money, and then it doesn't look nice. We're not presenting properly. And when we get somebody, you only have one chance to make a first impression. And I see a lot of heads shaking here, so I think everybody else maybe is in agreement, but we gotta clean that place up over there. We gotta keep we spent all that money for that tractor. That place needs to be weeds mowed. You gotta keep that lawn around that house mowed. And if we gotta spend some dollars there, I'm gonna ask staff to come up with a place that we can get some money there with this grant and stuff. And I'd like to hear what the rest of y'all have to say about that. Because frankly, we only got one chance to make a good impression, and we're not doing it with the way things are right now.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to just add to what Ronnie said. I think we definitely need to spruce the place up. But before we spend a lot of money into some of that, I'd like to get maybe Mike Thurman, his crew, to look at and see if the house is how it's structural, if it's something that.
I think this was done before, Tim, where they went in there and did that and done some repair and put internet in there so they could actually run an office out of it if somebody come in. I think that's correct, am I not? Right, and how that was done?
Yeah, I'd just like, before we go in and put a lot of money into it, sure that we're, you know, not putting lipstick on a pig. You know, we want to make sure that it's, everything is sound, and because we want it to be there. You know, I don't want to put it on there and then we have to come back 2 or 3 years from now and say, you know, we spent all this money a couple of years ago to beautify the place, and now we need to replace this, we need to replace that. You know, let's make sure that we do it right. And I like what Ronnie said. I think we definitely need to spruce it up, but I think I want to make sure that it's not something that, not just throwing a coat of paint on it. We need to make sure if it needs a new roof, you know, if it's got a leaking problem or if it's got a foundation problem, find out, because it might be a hole that we don't want to throw money into. But I'm definitely in favor of sprucing it up, making it look better, because it does represent Franklin County. And I think we're not sparing the expenses on the pads and the roads and everything. I think everything looks wonderful. Parks and Rec's doing a great job. That brings up something else that we're going to have to face come budget time, personnel for them to continue their work on it. But let's just make sure that we see everything before we start painting.
Mr. Thompson, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Mr. Thompson, I totally agree. Last year, when I had my first introduction to the business park, I think Mr. Burnett may recall, I said, this is where we're bringing our visitors, you know, rhetorically. I didn't like the narrow steps. I did not like aesthetically how it presented. I didn't like the gravel driveway that I had to walk through to get up there. And I agree that that is incompatible, I think, with what we want to portray as Franklin County's proud project of Summit View. So I can certainly support that, Mr. Thompson, and I appreciate you bringing that up.
Well, we had bids on painting the silos, I believe.
We had it reviewed. We haven't bid them yet.
I was thinking we were looking at, what, 50,000?
Yeah, that's kind of the thought that we had right there.
Mm-hmm. And are you going to proceed with that?
Yes, sir.
And we have had, I know I've been at one meeting, maybe more, that we brought people in to the inside, and the meetings went well. I'm not saying it doesn't need sprucing up. I agree it does, but we have used it for the purpose it was intended.
Very good points.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just add a little bit to that. We have had some meetings out there, and to say they went well, they went. The last meeting, I sat outside and tried to listen as much as possible. It's because we had so many people there. It was the best we could do with what we had. I think if we're looking at fixing the place up, let's make it functional as well. Look into it, see what kind of designs we need to do, and see where we need to go with it.
Absolutely.
Okay. We do need a motion, I believe.
I make a motion that we authorize staff to follow through with the recommendations by Mr. Burnett.
Okay. We have language for it if you want to. It's on the last page. That's it. On the board action.
Okay. I have my copy now, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the staff to follow through with the bidding process for the construction of the contract for D3 road segment and the associated pad at the Summit View Business Park until additional information is provided. That was the wrong line on that one, but let me go back up one. I make a motion to approve moving forward with the bidding of the construction contract for D3 road segment and associated pad site at Summit View Business Park.
Okay. And we need a second.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, I can't, I'm sorry, but I can't hear what's going on. Can we turn these up? I can't hear with these masks.
It might be his mask, yeah.
I mean, everything, I'm sorry, but it's just mumbling to me.
Okay. I think it's okay if I read the motion to where you can hear it. I think it's okay if I read the motion to where you can hear it.
Yes, sir.
And the motion was, I make a motion to approve moving forward with bidding of the construction contract for the D3 road segment and associated pad at the Summit View Business Park. That was a motion.
Okay.
And we don't have a second yet, so I don't guess we have to have one.
Mr. Carter.
Supervisor Carter was the second, Chairman.
Okay. All right, thank you. Is there any other discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, if you,
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yeah.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
yes.
And Supervisor Cundiff is absent. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Okay, so we are to our work session.
Mr. Chairman, certainly it's a pleasure of the board, but staff is prepared. I know everyone may be comfortable in these nice chairs and spread out here, but we are prepared. We can do the work session here from the boardroom, or if it's the pleasure of the board to recess to B75. But we're prepared to do whatever the pleasure of the board is.
What's the pleasure of the board?
I'm good to do it here as long as we get a restroom break first. I'm good to do it here as long as we get a restroom break first.
Okay. We'll take a short break and we'll meet back here. Back into session, and our session is a work session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Staff is here with us to walk us through just a few slides today concerning the fiscal year 1920 carryover. We've heard from our schools, and it's appropriate that we give our board an update on the county side of the ledger in terms of the fiscal year 1920 carryover. And then rounding that out, the balance of the CARES Act funds today. And so we've got some information to share with the board today, and I think we'll try to walk the board through that. We do request some board guidance and decisions today concerning the use of the carryover and also the use of balance of these CARES Act dollars. So I'm going to ask our Finance Director, Brian Carter, if he would come, and then we can, answer any questions and share information with the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board. So what we have is kind of a two-layered discussion, year-end carryover and remaining CARES Act, but they intertwine in a way. So we're going to jump right in if you don't mind. So what we're looking at right now is an operating surplus for the 2020 fiscal year of $1 million. That's our estimate. Of course, audit is ongoing, similar situation as the school system. As we look at the year, real estate collections were relatively flat. I think the last time the current numbers are maybe $35,000, $40,000 over budget. So we got it as close as we could to our real estate, which is the biggest driver. That's about $40 million out of a $90 million budget. And so it's really important how real estate goes is how the county budget goes. It is important that this surplus was really due to one-time unbudgeted personal property taxes. We've mentioned that before in the finance reports from mostly contractors related to the pipeline. So if it was not for that one-time money, which wasn't budgeted, we'd be looking at a break-even year. So we're very thankful for that, but we can't count on that going forward necessarily. So recommendations, a couple of things came out of some guidance about a month and a half ago from the CARES Act. And a lot of localities around us use their CARES money for hazard pay and things of that nature. Well, the guidance seemed to contradict what some other localities had originally decided to do with it. Put extra restrictions around hazard pay to the tune of tracking the actual hours per call per employee, and that's how you were able to use CARES money to reimburse them. That concerned us administratively. That concerned us for the inequity that would cause in the workforce, depending on who happened to respond to a COVID call and documented it appropriately for hazard pay. So one of the things we looked at doing was utilizing year-end surplus for a one-time bonus for employees that leaves it in local dollars and it leaves it to full board discretion as to how that money is allocated. And so we'll get to the CARES piece for a second, but I want to focus on the one-time surplus, the local money from our year-end operating savings. So as you remember, we had a 3% raise, cost of living increase in the original budget proposed in March. That was cut out along with just about everything else in new spending. And so the current time, taxes are not as bad as we originally projected, which is a good thing. The state's still projecting, $2 billion loss for the next biennium. So we don't really know that there'll be a massive bounce back for next fiscal year. It's still similar to the discussion about commercial development we had earlier. There's still a lot of unknown. I think people are just waiting to see what will happen. So that being said, we're not sure that we'll be able to offer any kind of cost of living increase in next year's budget, the fiscal year 2021 budget as well, 22 budget. So one of the things we want to do is mention the one-time bonus. We're going to give you more detail, and the remainder for some capital carryover, either needed items that have come up since the budget process really concluded, or items that were not able to be funded in the budget process because of the cuts. So what we're looking at is, we looked at two options for the one-time bonus to allow that flexibility. Certainly these are not indicative of these are indicative of what we could do. The board has discretion to alter this in whatever manner you'd like, but So what staff is recommending, or at least looking at, is two options. The first option probably follows similar to what we've seen other localities do. It would cost us about $800,000. So out of that million, this would be 800,000 of that. This would be a $2,000 one-time bonus for all full-time first responders in the sheriff's office and public safety departments or fire EMS, and a $1,000 one-time bonus for part-time. In addition to that, for all other employees, non-first responders, all full-time employees, that would be a $1,500 one-time bonus or a $750 part-time bonus for all regular part-time. Option B, if we wanted to go a little bit more equitable, would be, it cost us about $700,000, and that would be a one-time across-the-board bonus for $1,500 for all full-time employees or $750 for regular part-time employees. So that is our thoughts from using most of the one-time money. Certainly could take board feedback before we move into the capital portion of that, but the flexibility that's allowed with using local money is a lot better administratively and from a staff perspective for county one-time money from our year-end savings and surplus. Be happy to answer any comments before we move forward.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Carter, I don't understand how one jurisdiction can use this money and one can't. I mean,
We don't know that the jurisdictions can use CARES Act money for that. Jurisdictions are making a guess based on guidance, and the issue that arose was the guidance that they used to justify changed, which is the frustrating part for staff, is that something is eligible today and next week new guidance comes out and the way that we did it was no longer eligible. So the hazard pay restrictions were not there when every other or several other localities voted on these things for CARES Act money. However, as of September 2nd, that guidance changed, and so we ran this process by our auditors and said, well, here's the process. Can we use hazard pay with CARES money based on this concept? And with the new guidance, and their answer was no. Their answer from our auditors was you would have to document it based on the guidance for a timesheet process, hour per hour, and it would vary wildly based on how much money employees got from a hazard pay supplement. So we decided to go this route based on the latest Treasury guidance and our advice from our auditors.
all right, so this is going to open or release how much more money to put into the community for this CARES Act?
I've got that later part of the discussion.
That's in another part of the discussion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that answers that question.
Okay.
So Brian, are you asking for guidance on the options at this point?
Yes, I'd like the board's feedback on if agreeable to option A or B, or agreement on any alternative to move forward with.
I'll just jump right in. I am in favor of option A, Mr. Chairman. I like the way the distinction is laid out for sheriff's office and public safety, and then all other employees and our part-time employees. I think our organization has risen to the occasion in an extraordinary way under very difficult circumstances. Our first responders, sheriff's department, every day they're exposed to COVID in ways that we aren't in most cases. And I think that I'm a big proponent, as you all know, of taking care of our people. And I think that this is a way that we can demonstrate to them in a way that is meaningful to them, to show them how much we appreciate what they've been doing.
I'm in favor of option A as well, but I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
All other employees, $1,500 and $750. There was about $1 million, is $800,000, so that leaves a couple $100,000,
Right.
which I think you guys want to put to a capital account. But just how much more would it take to have the other employees get $2,000 and $1,000?
We could run that scenario for you and give you a number. I have to go back and look at the breakdown of number of employees. It would cost, if you add another $500, yeah, you're probably looking at another, $50,000, $100,000, depending on.
So for
full or
another
part-time.
$100,000 out of the million, we could do $2,000 and $1,000 for all county employees. Is that what you're saying?
It's a wild guess. Do not take my word for that. I'm guessing based on
I
the.
mean, I'm doing the
numbers,
math
but
in my head too. I think you're close.
I think that would be fairly reasonable. But point being, the next slide gets to the remaining $200,000, so be happy to go through that before we commit on that item. Just wanted to get your ideas if you're okay with this vein of thought before we move forward.
Yeah, I like option A because, you know, I listen to my pager every day, and I mean, it's like out of 10 calls, I'd say 7 are priority C, which is coronavirus.
Right.
And now that the cases are absolutely spiking, jail's been absolutely riddled with coronavirus, and you know, the sheriff of public safety, which we've got what we're calling the other employees, having a lot of coronavirus cases. The treasurer's office, AJ's office. I mean, so you know, they're at risk too. But the sheriff and public safety, first responders are at a far greater risk, in my opinion. But that's all I got. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Ryan, we've got this money available right now with the option A.
Yes, yes, sir.
Ready to cut the checks, we can get them out there pretty quick.
We could. I don't know that we would be able to get it in the October payroll. That would be less than, a week and a half away at this point. But we could certainly get it out in November. Yes, sir.
I like option A.
I do too.
Yeah, I like option A. I want to commend the sheriff and public safety on everything you do, and we really appreciate all the hard work, and I think it's time for the county to step up to the plate and reward you all financially.
Yes.
Yeah, one thing about these men and women, you know, I run calls with them all the time, and they don't hesitate 1 second when it comes to helping our citizens, and you know, I love that about them. So.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I think then, from what I've heard from the board, we're comfortable with option A.
Okay, so taking that, thank you. So looking at that, that leaves about $200,000 left of our $1 million surplus.
Before we move there, if there's a consensus, I don't know. Of course, pleasure of the board, we can still go through the presentation, but we will need motions and votes today if the board's ready as we go through these items. So I just throw that out there to the board. It's certainly the board's pleasure to do whatever it's going to do, but.
I can make a motion to go with option A and
Okay.
get the checks. I want to see it. I won't make it part of my motion, but I'll make a motion that we go forward with option A.
Okay.
But I want the checks written ASAP.
I'll second.
I got you this time.
Shut up. Is that possible?
Huh?
I'm gonna shut up.
I didn't hear you. You had your mask on.
We
I
have-
didn't hear you.
We have a motion and I think a few seconds. And,
Motion made by Supervisor Thompson to approve, staff moving forward with option A as presented, and getting the checks out to employees as quickly as possible. Seconded, it was another tie, but I'm going to say Supervisor Mitchell this time.
Yeah, you better.
any more discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I just
Yes, sir.
interject one more time. Just want to make sure we clarify, as it's understood, as staff has presented this. That first responder, I think, Brian, when the calculation was done, just like the other localities that may have done for Hazard, it was specific for sworn, I guess, field personnel, and not necessarily all administrative personnel within sheriff and public safety. I just want to make sure that clarification, because I know there are several positions there too, and dispatch and other things too, so.
I'm sorry, can you, I call, yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah,
So-
I want, just make sure Brian clarifies that with the board on these positions.
And that's true. So there are a handful of administrative staff in those agencies that are not considered first responders from a hazard standpoint. They would fall under the other employee category of 1,500 instead of 2,000. Whether it's clerical support or other administrative staff, managerial, there's a handful of those, but they're not included in this calculation, which is similar to what other localities have done. They specifically focused on sworn deputies or police officers, law enforcement, and fire EMS. It
This
was
part-
not the.
Let me interrupt you for a second. This
Yes,
part I don't like, because I think these people are, I know that they're not going out and answering calls.
Right.
But they are equally important to the departments, and especially the 911 operators. I mean, they take these calls every day, and I don't think we can do enough to help them. And I mean, they're facing just as much stress. It's a different type of stress, but they're still facing just as much stress as the first responders. I'd like to see the clerks and support staff, the sheriff's department and public safety and our 911 operators to be included.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Tatum on that one. I
know it's going to cost some more money, but I think they need to be included in this.
And that's why I wanted to bring that up,
Thank
just to
you.
clarify.
Yeah.
But then also, it should be minimal in terms of additional costs, because we're only talking, a few handful of folks, both in those
Talking
areas. So,
$10,000 or less.
Yeah.
To include that.
Can we amend the motion that was made to include these folks?
yeah.
Yes.
I'll second the amendment.
Well, someone has to offer an amendment. And
I mean, I'll do it.
One question that I have is we want to be sure that this fits in with what the auditors are going to look at, and whether these people are actually in the designation of
The auditors.
This is for
Right.
carryover, though. This is
carryover,
not
not
CARES.
CARES.
It's not CARES Act
That's
money.
right.
it's
This is
carryover.
carryover designation.
And
Okay.
thank you. That's the reason why staff preferred this method, because if we're using CARES Act money, the administrative staff would not be eligible
Right.
based on Treasury guidance.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I
this
agree
gives
with-
us flexibility.
Man, what Tim's saying is, so like the secretaries at public safety, they wouldn't get the 2,000, they'd get 1,500.
That's correct.
And they have interaction with public safety staff every day, so they're just as exposed.
Right.
Yeah, I think Mr. Tatum's on something there, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Whitlow.
Yeah, thank you.
So did we ever get the amended motion?
I'll make the amendment.
He
Or
already
does he
made
have to do it?
He already made the motion.
Okay, sorry.
Would you read the amended motion?
So the way that I have the amended motion, is, therefore be it resolved by the Board of Supervisors to amend the motion of moving forward with option A to include the language, including supporting staff. Would that suffice?
Yes.
For Sheriff and Public Safety's Department?
Yes.
And getting the checks to employees as quickly as possible.
Okay. Any more discussion on the amendment?
No, sir.
Hold the board, please.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson? Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Smith is absent. Thank you.
All right, the amendment carries, so that's what we'll do.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll proceed. So we're still okay. Yeah, I think that's 10, 15,000 would be all that would increase. So I would just round to 200,000 still left for carryover. And so what we went through a process, asked departments to send in requests. We had over $900,000 in requests. So given this, we had, we got down to 200,000 that we felt like was either things that had been asked for previously and unfunded or items that were of dire need. So if you look down this list, the couple of the larger items I'd like to highlight, there's a section for IT. If you remember, we reduced the personal property rate by 5 cents. In order to balance the budget, we reduced the IT capital portion of that budget, and the intent was to use CARES Act money. Well, the definition of being able to use CARES Act money is that it has to be able to telework. These items do not really fall under that. In the case of the sheriff's office, the MDT, the mobile data terminals, they're already laptops in their cars, they're already mobile, so that doesn't fit the CARES Act definition. It is an annual lease payment, so IT does not have the money to pay for that, and that's why they need the carryover money. The same thing with the courthouse security system. It's a desktop computer, and obviously that cannot be used for telework, so it doesn't meet the CARES Act guidance. The same way with the 911 CAD system desktop computers. They're very immobile from what they have to use from their setup. So IT would need that amount of money to supplement what was cut out of their budget that we later found is really ineligible for CARES Act funding as intended. We had 2 vehicles, building and planning, that were in the capital budget that were not funded. So we're asking to fund those with, we have some money already set aside from prior capital budgets, so this would supplement to be able to purchase those 2 vehicles who are in need of replacement based on current mileage. There would be a Parks and Recreation trail, it's actually a little bridge. And we already discussed the $63,000 in the twice a year, but that is included in here because it is coming out of the same pot of money. And there's also third-party professional services for a combination of departments, GIS, Commission of Revenue, and IT, for a CAMA software that's needed because our IT staff are overwhelmed and nobody has the time to get to anything else other than CARES Act right now. And so in order to get it done on a timely basis, from what I understand, it's already been delayed 2 or 3 months. So we're asking for that amount of money to help push that project forward as well. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on this list or anything carry over in general for items. Yes, sir.
I have a question, and it might be when we get to talking about CARES Act money, but I expressed concern for the HR department and getting some help in there. Is there money in CARES that would help get her some assistance to the end of the year, Mr. Whitlow?
We actually have approved money for that, and there is actually help through CARES Act money for the HR function through December.
She's good.
Yeah.
All
Through
right,
the end of
thank you.
December.
Thank you for taking care of that. Through December, I understand.
Yes, sir.
I would ask the board to consider the end of December, if we keep getting good news, we really need to get HR some help. And I'm getting tired of walking by the offices and speaking to our HR director, and she's mentally and physically exhausted. And I really want to see us have a discussion in December to maybe continue a full-time employee with her. She really needs to start training somebody to replace her. So I'd hate for her to be eligible for retirement, but then feel that she has to stay here for the county. If she's ready to retire, let's allow her to retire. So let's get her some help.
Brian, could you elaborate a little bit on the park pedestrian trail? Where?
Yes, ma'am. That is you're going to have to help me with some of this language, but it is at the business park.
I think I can.
Thank you.
Good question, Ms. Smith. Of course, I know the board's familiar, and it's very timely because I think the board mentioned earlier about the sprucing up of Summit View. The south entrance to Summit View, if everyone's familiar there with Valley Star, there's a large pocket park there on the entrance to Summit View. Off as you turn into the south entrance, as if you were going to Valley Star, there's a pedestrian trail. The pedestrian trail works, but it's not in its entirety, meaning there's a stormwater pond there, and there's a lot of landscaping, and Parks and Recreation has some plans to, and we're seeing some walkers and so forth. But there is the stormwater release area, drainage area, to complete the pedestrian trail, a bridge, if you will, a pedestrian bridge is needed over there for amenities. And so to complete that pedestrian trail, the request was made, what good is the park or the trail if it's not completed? So that was a add-on or a carryover request from Parks and Recreation, again, to make that park, I guess, more whole, if you will, for pedestrians and users. We have discussed and among staff the possibility of our partners in the business park, including Valley Star and others, almost, if you will, adopt a park type of idea for the ongoing maintenance and landscaping. And again, back to Mr. Thompson's earlier question about the park, to really show it off so the public could get good use of it. But that's what that's for.
Well, I would rather see anything relative to Summit being dealt with through capital.
Through the project budget.
I would, through the project budget, because Mr. Whitlow, as you know, we've had a recent meeting on another, on the Westlake Trail that's in progress.
Yes.
And then there is another trail that's going to go in at no cost to the county, but I think we need to be prepared for that.
Yes.
So I would just suggest to my colleagues that we would work within the project budget, because that's a chunk of change out of carryover if you look at these numbers.
Yeah.
We have to, roughly 10,000, we've got to cut something out to make up for that money there, right?
Sure, and this one is, perfectly fine to look in the overall project budget, both for the Summit View borrowing, because funds are still there for the silo repair in the house and so forth. And again, there may be, what I would hope is community donation or private donation from the businesses located in the park, is really being park partners, if you will, now that they're located in the park, so.
Yeah, Rotary, you know, clubs
Sure.
like that love to take on projects.
Sure.
And I want to clarify, I'm not necessarily agreeing that we take anything away from Parks and Rec. I'm just saying we've got to cut something
Sure.
to make up, or we got to take it from another account, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I would like to see
Oh.
us shift that trail money over to painting those silos or fixing up that house, whatever's left in there.
So if it's 35, we got to take 10,
But-
have 25,000 to go towards what Mr. Thompson wants to do?
I don't think we know how much that's gonna cost.
We got to get an estimate on all
Yeah,
that.
that's a pretty good
You can
start.
start putting money, it's a good start.
Staff can.
Plus, I also, when it's the appropriate time, I've got another question here on that 63,000 for the Commissioner of Revenue for that upgrade twice a year. We just approved that earlier, this board did, so that's in there twice.
Correct. Well, it's in here because it's the same pot of money, but you're correct. The board approved that earlier.
So if you approve it again, it's been approved twice. So that needs to come out of this.
It would be appropriated through this, right, Brian?
That's correct. So the purpose of, if you remember, the executive summary is written to have the 63,000 come out of carryover funds. So for full disclosure to the board, out of that $1 million, I wanted you to be aware that that $63,000 is coming out of here. That's where it's being funded from.
But it's already been approved,
That's correct.
so it don't need to be in here.
Well, we approved
Well, it's
it.
coming out of the 1 million, so I wanted to show it to you that it is part of that, so we didn't overspend the $1 million surplus. That's why it's in here, is for full disclosure.
And when we approved it, it was with the understanding the funds were not there. This puts the funds there, I'm assuming.
That's correct. The
So we
board
approved those
appropriated.
funds when they weren't already available?
Yes.
We understood, I think, through the process,
Right.
that there was gonna be a cost incurred for software. At the time, we didn't know exactly what it would be, but I think what's happening here is this is just a demonstration of the appropriation out of the carryover to identify paying for the software versus just the notion that we need it. I think that's the distinction. Is that right, Brian?
That's correct. We
Okay.
didn't have the money to move forward with that. And so in order to do that and designate a funding source, the only option really at this point is carryover. So because it was a separate agenda item earlier, we just asked the board to go ahead and vote for that. But it's coming out of this $1 million pot of money. So we wanted to show you, give full accounting and disclosure that it's part of the rollover carryover request.
And to clarify, Mr. Thompson, if it helps, if the board so chooses to move forward with these items, it could be less the 63 because that was already previously appropriated in today's board action. And so in addition, I think, Mr. Carter, to answer your question about further of the silos and so forth in the park, what we can do, staff can bring back the Summit View overall budget, if you will, or bring back specifically for those other items that have already been budgeted in that borrowing, to Ms. Smith's point about not including this pedestrian portion on today's agenda, and then that also, the balance of that will also assist staff with the previous action the board did for the one-time bonuses. So we can bring that information back and give the board an update about some of those items in the park at a future board meeting, and I think get to the end goal of what everybody wants to do.
Well, Mr. Whitlow, can we park that 35K in the capital reserve
Yes,
as an effort towards doing what Mr. Thompson was saying?
absolutely, good suggestion.
I mean, we can still do,
This is not appropriate for me. If you're gonna take that 35,000 out, that we've already approved this here, 63,000 already. It don't need to be in there. We're doing it twice.
Right.
Now, I don't care how you do your book work, how you do your pencil work, but it's been approved 2 times, in my opinion. Because
and-
we've done approved it 1 time.
And
That
so-
needs to come out.
Right, and so when the board takes action, it's already taken action on the 63, would be less the 63.
Right.
And again, any balance of that 35 for that pedestrian trail could go to fill the gap on the bonus, but then also any other, as Ms. Smith said, any future other capital. So,
I agree with that.
Okay.
Taking the 63 out, because
If
it's
that-
already been done.
gotcha.
So if we take the 63 out, of the $1 million carryover, we would still need to approve $143,981. And if I heard the board comments, that would be moving the $35,045 to a capital reserve. Okay.
You need this in a motion.
Yes, sir, please.
I make a motion that we approve the carryovers as presented by Mr. Carter. And what was that total amount again?
$143,981.
$143,981 total amount.
Second.
All right, discussion. And I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Where will the $63,000 come from?
The same pot of money, the
Okay,
$1 million
thank you.
carryover that was appropriated
Mhm,
previously.
okay,
So
thank you.
we have now spent the $1 million of year-end savings
Mhm,
with
thank
these
you.
actions. Obligated, I guess I should say.
Okay, would you read the motion, please?
So on the motion made by Supervisor Tatum, to approve the $143,981, is that correct
Yes,
number?
correct.
And moving the $35,045 to the capital reserve,
Yes.
and that was made by Supervisor Tatum and seconded by Supervisor Thompson. Supervisor Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Clemens absent. Thank you.
Okay, the motion's carried.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to continue on with the CARES Act discussion that we mentioned, so in review of the guidance, do you want to do this, Mike? Or you got it? Okay. So in review of the guidance, we found that the same guidance that basically restricted hazard pay really opened up and clarified the use of public safety salaries through CARES Act money. So for our sheriff's office, our public safety, our fire EMS, those salaries would be eligible for CARES Act. So in order to fully utilize the CARES Act money, staff is looking at taking, which would be about $3 million salaries and benefits from March to December, that would free up in CARES Act money. So by utilizing CARES Act money, that budget would be used for future COVID response and contingencies. So staff's recommendation is in the table below, certainly open for discussion. If you remember, Mr. Rose from Davenport mentioned a budget stabilization reserve. So this would take $1 million of that, put it in that reserve. We would also have a capital budget reserve of $600,000 for future capital projects. A COVID 2021 response contingency. We all know CARES Act money is ending at December 30th. We know we're going to have response that is needed beyond December 30th. So this would be $500,000. That would be a contingency for additional PPE or operating or things of that overtime, things of that nature that may be needed by our first responders or just the county in general as we continue to address the pandemic. An additional $400,000 for broadband infrastructure to continue the development there as best we can. And then a $500,000 remaining discretionary balance that is up to the board if there are any pressing capital needs, one-time needs that we need to address. So be happy to address any comments, and if Mr. Burnett has anything further to clarify.
I have a question, Brian, Mr. Chairman, if I may. What has been the experience? This might be, I don't know, Mr. Burnett, maybe you, I'm not sure. What has been the response? I know that we had set aside funding, I believe, to help citizens with rent and so forth. Did we have good participation in that, and is that money exhausted?
Yeah, and I'd like to add on to what she's saying. Pam is here
Yes.
to talk about maybe taking some restrictions off so we can use it more loosely, if that's the proper terminology.
Yeah, and so what we've got is, and Pam is here to help out if we need that, but we got some new numbers today, if you want to. Yeah. So new numbers came in today. As you know, the program runs through December 15th. Utilities, which is what goes through social services, so far we've had 26 that have been approved. 36 more that are pending, so we're looking at about $16,000 out of that 225. We also have the rent and mortgage assistance, which is $75,000 pool through STEP, and we've got 26 approved there with 32 pending. So we have about 41,000 spent there so far. There have been some extensions with some of the moratoriums and things at the state level that has kind of kept some of those from coming in. We feel like we're going to have some more coming in pretty soon as well. So
Your denials are pretty much almost equal to the ones that were approved. Is there a theme to that?
yeah, and Pam may have a little better information, but the way that I'm finding it is the denials are mainly income-based. People are making application that have more income than the levels that are allowed, or they're making application for a project part that's not part of the program.
Could you elaborate on that a little bit, Mike, concerning wells? I had a call from a gentleman on DSS concerning a foster family, and I think the well went dry and that was denied, and I think that's a situation we need to look at a little more carefully, providing water, and of course, I don't know all the circumstances, but
Yeah, and that's a really good piece, Mr. Carter. So that was one thing that is up to the board as to how you want to do it. When we did the original program, and again, we kept it pretty conservative, that you had to have a past due bill because we didn't know if we were going to be just rushed with hundreds of thousands of dollars of requests. We have gotten a few from people that have requested that their wells have gone dry, they've lost their job because of COVID, and they can't pay for a new well. They have water problems and would like to hook up to the West Virginia Water Authority, but they can't, they don't have the money because they've been impacted by COVID. Their septic system has gone bad, things like that. Because in our agreement and the way the program was set up, you don't really have a past due bill if you're putting in a new well. So they don't qualify. So if it's the decision of the board that you would like to amend the agreement and the program, we can absolutely do that. What you've got to do, the agreement between us, United Way, STEP, and DSS has a stipulation that allows for funding to be reallocated as we find needs, which is great. The only problem is there is a point in there that says requires anyone that gets funding must have a past due bill for utilities or rent and mortgage. So if the board would like to make that change, then we can certainly do that. You all would need to authorize us to work with the partners to make a change to that agreement, and then we would be able to move forward with some of those applications. And we're not sure how many, once we do it, it's going to open the doors. So we don't know how many we may end up having, but it would be your liability is capped because you only have 225,000.
speaking for myself, and I can't speak for the rest of the board, I would like to see us amend that. I think clean water is important for our citizens, and I feel very strongly about that.
Yep.
Will the CARES Act guidelines allow us to pay for wells and septics?
Yes. The new guidance that has come out says that wells are allowed.
I see a different expression on Mr. Carter's face.
Yeah, they just came out yesterday. Brian hasn't had time to see
Well,
it
the
yet.
line I think we need to be cognizant of is, is there any way to make sure that this isn't just opportunistic, and that if we could time, when, their septic system failed or when the well failed, while they're unemployed, as an example. Many people have aged systems, and we have such a limited amount of money.
It is. Yeah, yes, ma'am. And I think that was one of the concerns that we had as a committee was how best to verify some of this.
Right.
How long has their well been out? I feel really comfortable in the United Way doing a good job. They have already on verifying a lot of those things. And I would feel comfortable that they could do that for us.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't understand what's going on. I mean, if the people that furnished the code, the state and federal government, and they put guidelines, either it's applicable or it's not. And I don't understand the discussion here or the thing. I mean,
Mr. Thompson, I guess the best way to put it
are we
is-
trying to split hairs here when we don't have to? What's
the
the
thing
guidelines
that-
say?
The thing that we've tried to get across to the board is we're all so much in the dark on this because the CARES guidelines change monthly. Things that we were told or we thought were applicable, the next month they'll come back and say, no, we want you to do it a totally different way. So the conversation with the hazard pay is a great one. Originally, communities, and this was in response to your question, Mr. Thompson, originally it said hazard pay was okay to do. And so a lot of communities went out and did across-the-board hazard pay. They came back a couple of months ago and said, no, you can do hazard pay, but you have to document every hour that specific employee was on a specific call related to COVID. So you had a huge amount of restriction that were put on those monies. Same pot of money, two different guidances, and it's just it's evolving by the day.
I understand that. So what is the guidelines at 10 minutes till 5 today in regards to a foster home who has no water? Can you
Yes.
build them a well or hook them up
Yes.
to the water authority or not?
Yes, as of the guidance we received yesterday afternoon, there was a question asked, can you hook up wells, clean water for people impacted by COVID? Yes, you can.
So
Yeah.
we need to give them some water then, don't we?
Yeah, and what we're going to be going through with you all on this CARES funding, I think, is we're going to turn everything on its head that we've been telling you, because the CARES money has all these restrictions, and it has guidance that changes by the day. By using, right now we have $3 million or so available in CARES money. What we're looking to do, and what Brian was showing you on the previous slide, was we're now eligible to use CARES money to pay ourselves back for the salaries that we've paid for public safety and sheriff's office. So what we're proposing is that we take the rest of the CARES money, that $3 million or so, pay ourselves back from the salaries and benefits that we've already paid or will be paying out to public safety and sheriff's office. You now have $3 million that don't have the CARES restrictions on them going forward. And so as we're going through these different programs and line items, you're going to be able to do these things without the CARES restrictions.
I'm gonna agree with Lori. I mean, as far as like wells and septics, I agree with Mike as well. How do we know that their well or septic went bad because of coronavirus? I mean, I don't.
And-
how do we?
Yeah, and so the way that the guidance is stated is that it's not that the well went bad because of COVID. It was that their well, they need a new well.
I know not
and they
because
were
of COVID,
impacted
but
by
if
COVID.
they don't have a job, they can't afford to fix it. I get that, but how do we know that their well or septic didn't go bad in January and they just? That's what I'm saying.
The one incident I referred to, the gentleman that called me about that, I think he said, and I'm not positive, they had a doctor's letter stating they had some sort of written proof or documentation or whatever.
And Pam's been working with these families
Yeah,
directly.
so she may
can
know
give you a
the
much
story, I don't know.
better idea.
So, and I'll wear this just because I go to each of the families' homes and we do inspections. Each person who applies for this assistance, we visit their home and we inspect the circumstances that they're in. And without violating the privacy of that individual person, I will say that we have actual visits and monitors from a year of visiting that home. And the inspections show water was present, electricity was present, and that home has been inspected over the last year because they do have foster children living in that home. We have a letter from their doctor showing that they had COVID positive in May. We also show that water was not present in July at that home. And so we know that the well went out on them, and we had 2 people go out and check the well pump.
How do they have foster kids if they don't have water? How is the county allowing them to have foster kids?
And that's where the immediate pull was for the children being want to be pulled.
But if they have
Yeah.
foster children,
The water
they
needs
should
to be
have the
on
means of
immediately.
getting water. And
They're not going to be licensed under those circumstances.
at what point does social
So-
services step in, county administrator? That's ridiculous.
Social Services is stepping in, and that's why we're working with them. DSS is on board with us. They're working with the family. They've already been given temporary water, and that's why we're trying to replace the well for them. So we've been working with with the county planning office. We've been working with the people who actually do the funding for the county planning office. We've been working with us through this COVID safety net funding to get them the funding they need. But the funding for a well, which I didn't realize is now around $12,000 to get their well put back in. And so that's when the call came into us to try to get this approval for COVID safety net to the CARES Act to help with this $12,000.
And you said children.
I
plural.
did.
How many children?
It's irrelevant, but there are more than one.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I would love to give you all the details.
That's
but
fine,
again,
I understand.
A privacy standard that we're keeping.
I just think,
In a closed session, I can speak with you all about it, but here it's,
I understand. I just, if social services is doing their best job to make sure that these families are financially secure to take on foster children.
the children are absolutely safe, and they
Okay.
have had water brought to them and given, and, but what we're working on doing is getting this well replaced.
Okay.
And again, this has come to a situation where we're looking is just with you all, whether we can or cannot use bills that are past due or not past due, because this is not a past due bill, this is a past due well.
So you guys still have, you're given 225, you've only used 16,000, so
Correct.
you still have $209,000 to spend for the end of the year, so,
Yeah.
I mean,
But I want to say this in the context of this is going to open a door. So if we're not looking at past due bills anymore, we open the door with the well, which is not a problem. We're going to open the door for other bills that we have already received that we've turned down, like an HVAC system that went out for a family.
But-
So an HVAC system to reinstall, heating and air system.
But when the money runs out, it's gone.
It is, truly, but I'm saying past people who have applied that didn't have a past due bill. I have a family.
But what you're telling us, since yesterday, circumstances have changed. So they need to reapply
We
under the new.
receive, yes, but what we're asking is for a change in the MOU at this point. If we're going to look at a change in the MOU that we have with the county, right now, it requires they have a past due bill in order for us to look at their eligibility. Past due bills are like a past due electric bill or a past due rent or mortgage. That's what we have right now for.
Understand, but it's
Okay.
got to be past due because of the COVID virus.
Yes, so it has to be past due because their job has been lost or furloughed, right? So
And
let's,
And Mr. Thompson, the issue that we're having on this specific item is not that the CARES Act regulation says that we can't do it. It says that we can, but we actually have an agreement that you all approved.
Right, I know that.
That restricts us from doing it. So we would have to change it on the local level.
yeah,
Pam, how
so-
much do you think by us changes today would benefit? I mean,
Well,
we
what
could-
I'm just looking at is people who have applied in the past. If we change our MOU, we're going to have people coming back for HVACs, people with septic repairs that needed to be done that we had to turn away, folks that needed kerosene tanks filled, people that needed wood stove replacements. We had a couple that came in that needed delivery of loads of wood, those kind of things. So that's just from averaging out the bills we've already received, it'll be around $48,000 we could send out right there.
I don't see the problem that you see. If we're gonna change the rules, then they need to reapply today under the new rules, and then when you run out of money, you run out.
Okay, it's not a new rule, it's just that we need to
It
change.
is if we change it today.
If you change it, we'll go by it and they can reapply.
It's new rules.
Okay,
Correct.
and if the board decides they'd like to make this change to the MOU, we'll roll with it.
Up to 225.
Up to 225.
Yes, sir.
I agree with you, Mr. Thompson.
Huh?
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'd offer a motion because I've got more questions, but as long as I
Please.
know you're in charge, I'm good with it. But if we
We
can-
have lots of answers, so.
Because I know this woman right here has done so much for our county, and if she's asking for it, I'm ready to support her. I need to know how to put the terminology in the form of a motion, and I don't see that.
I can help
So
you.
I would like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman, because we're going to change the MOU. Is that what we're?
That's what we need to change. If you guys are wanting to do
Amend
bills
the
that are not
MOU
past due, we
that,
just need to
with
amend
the
the MOU so that bills can be current bills as well as past due.
There you go.
You need to know before you make a motion what the MOU is
Yes.
involved, what the rules are.
Yeah,
So,
it
like you
states
did,
past
like
due.
you wrote up before,
Yeah, the MOU.
do you have one, do you have a sample?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So the MOU between us, I'm sorry, let me.
Yes, please.
Yeah, the MOU between the county, the United Way, STEP, and DSS says, and I will pull this directly. Hold on just a second, I'm sorry.
While he's looking at that, I have some concern about in my mind, comparing approval of drilling a new well as being equivalent to repairing someone's HVAC system if they request it. I cannot put those on the same level. To me, clean drinking water it's a must. If they don't have, heating and cooling, granted, it's getting ready to get cold, the wintertime's coming, but there's ways of working with that. I'm just grappling a little bit personally with, are we putting those in the same weight when you get a request in? If somebody puts in a request in today that they need to replace their heating and cooling, and we have another family that puts in a request to drill their well, if we start getting close on money, as long as we have plenty of money, that's one thing, but when money starts getting tight, are we putting the same emphasis on both of those? For me, I can't do that. I'd say the water's gonna win out every time.
Yeah, so
Go ahead, Pam.
Sure. So the request, the way that we have to prioritize, unfortunately, is first in the door. It's
That's what-
first come.
First come.
It is, and I wish that there was a way that we could say that it would be water above, but unfortunately, we do have to itemize it by first come, first in the door.
Okay, I understand that better.
Yeah.
I just can't put water and HVAC on the same level.
No, and I definitely can see the clean water, and drinking water would be a first priority for me, but I do see that cases, the way that we handle them are first come. Yeah.
And Mr. Mitchell, I can give you the exact language. It says funded partners agree to, number 3, conduct and operate the program as follows. And the first bullet says, for utility assistance, electric, water, sewer, a late notice must be provided for services. And that's the line that's tripped us up.
And that came from,
from us.
that's us.
That's us.
I guess I gotta take some blame here on that. I don't think we got any business putting any restrictions on it. The restrictions came from where the money was coming from the state and federal government, and then we putting our 2 cents in, and that's what half of us are fussing about, government overreaching its bounds. They're already there, and we're getting involved. And I have to take part of responsibility for that, because, I mean, when the money's gone, it's gone, and the restrictions are already there, and we're tamping, and we're causing the problems instead of fixing it.
And Mr.
Let
Thompson.
Pam take care of it.
Huh?
Just let Pam handle it all.
What is the section, Mike, in the MOU that says that?
It is, I closed my page, I'm sorry. It's the agreement between the county.
But what section is that language in?
Let me look.
Because I'll give you a motion, Mr. Chairman,
All right.
so we
it
can move on.
is On page 2, section 2, I'm sorry, section 3, bullet 1.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, would you like for me to take a stab at a motion, just to get it on the floor?
Yes, ma'am, that'll be fine.
Okay. I would make a motion that the Board of Supervisors amend the memorandum of understanding between the county and its stated partners to amend page 2, section 3, bullet 1, with respect to deleting the language referring to needing and requiring a past due bill as a precursor requirement to qualify, that we would delete that language. Moving forward, therein placing, no restriction with regard to proof of need. Is that good?
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any more discussion on?
Discussion.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to hear from the county attorney on that motion. Are we within our rights and our boundaries to do it that way? Huh?
Yes.
Everything's okay? Okay.
And just for clarity, and I don't foresee that being any problem, but of course, all of the partners have to agree to any changes. So you all would be making that request, that an authorization that we could make that change. We'll take that to the rest of the partners, make sure that
And when the money's gone, it's gone.
when the money's gone, it's gone.
If you would read the motion, it's rather lengthy, but
Yes, on the motion made by Supervisor Smith to amend the MOU between the county, United Way, and STEP, to amend page 2, number 3, bullet 1, for utility assistance, to delete the language of past due bills as a restriction for the aid offered.
Mike, does that give you what you need?
Yeah, I think that does. One thing that I kind of get from the conversation is we're not necessarily talking about someone's current electric bill, their current water bill, their current sewer bill. It's more for current capital expenditure, maybe the best way to think about it. It's their well, it's their septic, it's those things.
There's not gonna be an ongoing bill.
Correct.
Yeah.
One-time expenditures.
One-time expenditures. I think that would, if that is,
Are you gonna make people reapply?
I would think that they would have to reapply.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's my thinking.
Yeah, it
With
is-
the motion, if we vote on this motion, we can go back to the allocation for the 3 million, right? Because I had some comments on that, Mr.
Yes,
Burnett.
absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
And Mr. Thompson, it is our precursor that they do have to it is our precursor that they do have to reapply.
Okay.
So, all right, thank you all.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
all right, if you poll the board.
I guess we need to vote.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
I'm still not sure what we're voting on. That's why, that's. I reckon. I know what it says, but I'm still not sure what it means. That's my point. It's too many questions here. Go ahead.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Clemens absent. Thank you all.
Motion carries.
Too many questions. That's why we having this here.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a comment on this slide here, if I may. This is all great. I agree with it. I feel staff has done a good job in getting the word out to our businesses in the county. I'm running into businesses every week that has heard nothing about CARES Act grants, which we've spent both $500,000 increments. Close enough, but I mean, if I'm still running into minimum 2 businesses a week, I'm not okay with what this county has done to get the word out. And what I would ask this county is, if it's just a couple $100,000, we take $100,000 from a couple of these items. Mike, have you talked to Margaret's office? She should have a list of businesses that pay personal property taxes on equipment and business tangible. How are we still not getting the word out to every business?
Yeah, and so because there's no business license in the county and we're not allowed to, there's confidentiality issues with the commissioner's office. She's not allowed to provide that
You
kind
can't
of
give you a
information.
list of businesses in the
No,
county?
she
No,
can't.
ma'am. No, sir.
Well,
It's a legal thing.
board,
My fault. Maybe illegal.
It's not
but I
Jim's
didn't
fault.
do it.
I'm asking you guys, and a lot of the businesses that haven't heard anything about this are in the construction business. I don't know where, I don't know, I don't understand what's happening. I know you're working hard, Mike. I know, I talk to Chris about this every week. Hey, I'm still running a business, We need to put a little bit of money, and if we, say by the December meeting, if no other business applied, can we take that money and put it back into this capital reserve, or whatever the name of this account is y'all are creating?
Stabilization reserve.
Stabilization account. Because I don't want any of these board members to get cornered by a business owner while we're out and about, because I run into them every day. And they're like, heard y'all were giving away grants with the CARES Act money. I ain't hear nothing about it. I don't want that. So we gotta have to roll our sleeves up. If the board would support me in putting a little bit more money towards the to the business grants, I'd appreciate that.
But sort of like what we discussed earlier about broadband.
Yeah.
And getting the word out to the community, we just need to make sure that we're utilizing all the local media to our best ability, whether
Yeah,
it's the
did you-
newspaper, Cable 12, flyers, billboards, banners. You know, we can't rely on just, website alone.
Thank you.
And
Yeah.
just, get it out there the best we can, and that's the best we can do. I mean, if the people don't get a paper,
Did you take
if they
the
don't see a news, whatever.
postcards to all the building supply places?
Did. So what we did was we sent out for those of you that maybe didn't know, we did an actual postcard, about a half-page, letter-sized page, postcard that was sent to about 1,400 businesses in the county. And then, of course, internet, news media, social media, all those things. And Mr. Mitchell, we did send, we got a list of the businesses that we could find that were supply house kind of businesses, and we sent them a postcard with a line on there about please let your customers know.
Could I just make one comment?
Please.
I don't care how you advertise this. I don't care how you put it out there. I've had a business in Rocky Mount for 36 years. We have done thousands of dollars of advertising in print. We have done mailers. We have done TV. Once a month, it never fails, somebody walks in my store and goes, wow, how long have you been here? So I think you're beating a dead horse, quite frankly.
Yeah,
When there's money
and
to
I
be
am,
had,
but-
most people smell it and they go after it and they call each other.
I think it's a
And,
horse worth beating, though. I really do.
No disrespect at all.
Never,
I mean, I go along with what Mike just said, but also, if they don't know about it, how did they know to ask you about it?
I'm telling them. every business owner I run into, I am asking them, hey, did you apply for a grant through the CARES Act through the county? That's how I know they're not finding out. That's how I know, to answer that question. I know a lot of business owners in this county, and I go out of my way to ask every business owner, hey, did you apply? Did you apply?
Well, then you're telling them at that point.
Yeah, I'm telling them at that point. But that tells me there's still a lot of businesses that just don't know. So, I mean, 100,000, can we take 100,000, put towards the small business grants?
I think they've done everything except put a billboard up.
I do too. I think, I can't see keep spending more money to give away money. That's just, to me, that doesn't sound like good business. I mean, I'm sorry for the ones that's not out there and don't know it, and it's admirable of you telling people, and that needs to keep going that way, I guess.
Well,
Word
there's
of
no point in me
mouth from
telling
all
them
of
now,
us,
though.
but
There's no more money.
Can't see spending more money to give away money, because that's what you're doing.
Gentlemen, I would respectfully remind all of us, we've got to get into 2021. You can see that, it's notated in here that there's a recommendation for a contingency. If this thing swings into 2021 with any period of time, our businesses that have managed to survive may need support. They might reach the end of their rope in 2021. So I would submit that, I think that we've been very clear, and I think, Mike, you've been deliberate about it. But I think that we've got to also be very cognizant of the fact that money, in more cases than not, is going to be required in 2021 above and beyond. I just don't think we're going to have a business recovery per se, where businesses are going to be able to bridge that kind of extended and prolonged period of time.
Can I get 50,000 to put in there? I'm going 2 to 1 to 50. I'm just, any businesses that you run into, I just think it'd be nice if these supervisors could say, hey, look, there's a little bit of money left, apply, see if you can get it. I mean, that's all I'm asking, because, we're a couple months away from the end of the year to have to spend this money. So, it'd be nice to be able to tell a few more businesses, hey, go ahead and apply.
Well, and keep in mind, this is, if we make this switch.
It's not CARES money.
It's not CARES money
Yeah.
anymore, so it's not, you don't have to spend it by the end of December.
Right.
Whatever the board would like to have done.
I'm just worried about next year.
Yes, over these businesses.
I think that we're doing everything we can do. I really do. I think we're doing everything we can do. And it's like one of them over there said a while ago, it don't make no difference what, it's not going to ever be right.
Well, no disrespect, and to play devil's advocate, if we've done everything we can possibly do,
Under
people
the
shouldn't be saying, oh, I haven't heard about it. That's how I feel about it. I'm not discrediting you, Mr. Burnett. I'm just saying, I just like to be able, if we're going to take this and put all into this account, and then we can use some of this money to have our own grant money and not call it CARES Act grant money, would the board consider that? Because then there is no deadline.
I'm assuming that the businesses that you notified evidently threw your card in the trash. They didn't put it up on the window.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point, is a number of the businesses, we don't have a comprehensive list of every business. There's a number of businesses that Mr. Mitchell's talking to that didn't get one, but there's also a number of them that got it and threw it away.
And I'm going to be quite honest, in this day and time, if you own a business and you're interested in knowing what help there is out there, you're going to websites. People are going to visit and I'm sure this is on the county website, right? Not a lot of people that at least I come into contact with are waiting on mail. I think it's great we went that route, and I think it was needed. But I just am not convinced that everybody's not going to the website if they're looking for help.
And some of them may realize that they don't qualify.
Well, a lot of farmers still don't know about it. I've tried to call or go see or get the word out to every farmer in my district, and I still run into one every once in a while that just doesn't know what I'm talking about. So, but I'm okay with moving
The
forward.
farmers is a totally different discussion in my brain.
Well, they're still considered business. They still pay taxes and operate as a business.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to comment. I hear what Mr. Mitchell's saying, and I agree with him that we need to make sure that we do the best we can to get the word out. But I also hear what Ms. saying, that since we have been able to convert this money from CARES Act money and take away that end of December deadline, that gives us some time on our side. And I like the idea of keeping some contingency funds available, because we might run into next February, March, April of next spring and can use some of this money that we have left over for these farmers when it gets time for planting season or something where they may need an influx of cash. And I like to make sure that we have that on hand if that comes. But we do need to. I would like to see us expand our efforts and I'm sure you have. We have the news post, we have our website, we have B99.9, we have Cable 12. Make sure that we're doing all that we can. It wouldn't bother me a bit, tomorrow or Friday morning to see you and Mr. Sandy and Mr. Whitlow on faces on Cable 12 explaining all this. Well, maybe you and Mr. Sandy, but just kidding, Chris. But, I think, we can take advantage of what we have, and you're not looking at a huge amount of dollars that we would have to spend. Again, we can try mailing something out to every citizen in the county, and half of them's going to go in the trash. We know how that's going to go. But I do think that we just need to make sure that we can, at the end of the day, look ourselves in the mirror and say we did the best we could with what we had to work with. And I like keeping some contingency funds available for next spring, because we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen 2 weeks from now.
Yeah.
We don't know what's going to happen after the first of the year. So that's where I'm at. I agree with Mr. Mitchell that we need to make sure that we do all we can to get the word out. But I also think that we need to, time's on our side, and we need to take advantage of that.
And while we're still on CARES Act, it's been brought to my attention as I'm still learning this job. I mentioned just a little while ago, at the end of December, our HR director that's a non-funded position at that time. It's been brought to my attention that if I don't get at least 3 other supervisors a consensus to try to continue to get help for our HR director, that the statement I made a few minutes ago is pretty much dead. So do I have enough board members to support maybe looking at continuing some help for our HR director?
That's going to be an operating fund discussion versus one-time funding.
I understand that.
No, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
But in the context of the $3 million, this is one-time money, correct, Mr. Whitlow?
Yeah, that's correct. This is one-time, dollars, CARES Act dollars.
I'm just trying to get you a consensus that we need to support HR.
Right. And I think, of course, from the CARES Act dollars, those funds were, and this board previously, I think categorically, maybe in round 1, approved assistance for, that office just to help.
But wait a second. I'm sorry to interrupt, but if the CARES Act guidelines are taken away after we put this in another account, we can use this money to, so we can use this money to, until we get back into the operating and find out if we're going to hire another position, right?
You just got to realize it's going to be recurring.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
It's got to be put into the budget as operating. I understand that.
As a point, and really to the point of the board, this COVID 2021 response contingency or budget stabilization reserve, and the point's been well made, we may not know how long COVID may be with us. I mean, we hope it's over soon, but we're all reminded the Spanish flu really globally took 2 years to get through. I mean, if that's the case, that's the importance of these contingencies. And so, and having this contingency, whether it be public safety, whether it be our volunteer system, whether it be temporary assistance in any department, any county department that we may end up having to face. As an example, the local jail recently had several cases, and we had to send several inmates to the regional jail. That was non-budgeted. And so having a COVID response contingency, whether it's for businesses, whether it's for various county departments, that can get us some assistance. But the point being, for the position, and we do understand the pressures of the position in human resources personnel, really all over county departments. And that was one position that we had really looked at, if you all recall, in the original budget funding. We'll need to take a look at that again ongoing, but we can pull from resources if we get into a pinch, but it just has to be understood it's not ongoing operating, it's just one-time dollars, temporary dollars to get us over the hump, if you will.
Mr. Whitlow, am I correct in my assumption that you've been and this may go to some of your concern, that you've been evaluating, as Brian has month by month, our financial position, and you've been able to make some decisions incrementally about trying to get things back in the budget on a prioritized manner? Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll have more detail every month that we get closer past December 5th on collections. We get a better idea of the county revenues and what possibly we can add back in and so forth. But, that's why we look at it every month. It's too premature now to know because December 5th hasn't got here and passed. But the good news in all of this is by allowing us to re-strategically, I guess, reimburse the county for, to the tune of, a lot of money here. That sets us up for a lot of flexibility and contingency, I think, for the community. And strategically, I think it helps us both on the county operational side, but also as a community if we had to tap into some of these dollars as a landing spot, if you will.
I think this board is in a position to recommend that this department be looked at, but I don't think we're in a position to say we're going to hire somebody.
Right.
I think we can recommend, but we don't control who you hire. I'm just making a point, Mr. Mitchell, that
I hear you.
We can recommend it, but I don't think we're in a position to be appropriating funds for it.
Yeah, but I've been an employer for going on 14 years now. I'm very good at reading employees, and I know when they're at their wits' end. And this department needs some help.
Yeah, I understand. I have no problem with that, but I think we should recommend.
Okay.
But I don't think we need to be appropriating funds for it. And that's my thought.
I'm good.
I don't know what Mr. Attorney thinks.
Do you need a motion to move on?
Personnel is the domain of the county administrator. We've talked about that for years. And if and when the county administrator makes a recommendation for the department, the board will weigh in at that time, which is the recommendation that you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, do you need a motion for the approval of the requested allocations for the $3 million? Is that where we are, Mr. Carter?
I think there's probably two items that are needed. I think one is approval by the board to utilize CARES funds for public safety salaries, as we have approved other items through board action program. And then, should the board so desire, the second vote or approval would be as for these particular contingencies and reserves as presented. At that point, it is local money, discretionary, because we have used CARES Act money for public safety salaries. So we can always amend what's on this table in front of you for uses as we need to be nimble and flexible throughout the pandemic. But that would be my recommendation on the action to be taken.
Okay. All right, item number one, can we have an approval for the CARES fund?
to utilize CARES funding for public safety salaries through CARES funds.
I will.
Make a motion, please.
Did we have an articulated, can I just read, given the verbiage that you've presented, that the board would approve utilization of the CARES Act funds for sheriff and public safety salaries and benefits provides, let's see. Never mind, I'm gonna put a period after that, Madeline. Is that good, Brian?
Thank you.
It's been a long afternoon.
Okay. And could we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any more discussion?
I'm good.
You good? Okay. Would you read the motion and poll the board, please?
Sure. On the motion made by Supervisor Smith to approve the utilization of CARES Act funds for sheriff and public safety salaries, seconded by Supervisor Tatum. Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yep.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff is absent.
Okay.
Thank you.
That motion carries. And the second one is to, for the remaining balance, am I correct?
Yes, sir, to allocate the $3 million to the balances as indicated to the reserves.
Mr. Chairman, I have one quick question, if I may. Mr. Carter, what is the treatment of the $500,000 for discretionary revenue? What are you guys going to do with that?
That is up to the board. That is remaining, and so we could bring that back for future discussion, or we could have that now. But I think the ultimate discussion is, should the board want to have, I think what we'd probably like to do is wait, because we've already obligated more money out of the rent utility assistance program that was part of this. So maybe once we get through December with CARES Act, it would probably be more prudent to see what that final number is before we start divvying out
That's
discretionary
perfect.
money.
That's perfect. It really doesn't direct the funding.
That's correct. It's really just a
Place.
pot of money for future
Yeah.
use.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I make a motion that we approve the $3 million carryover that was made available by the utilization of the CARES Act, and we use that money as presented by Mr. Carter, $1 million for a budget stabilization reserve, $600,000 for capital budget reserve, $500,000 for COVID 2021 response contingency, $400,000 for broadband infrastructure, and $500,000 for remaining discretionary balance, for a total of $3 million.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? Madam Clerk?
Are you all comfortable if I read the roll call vote?
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Cundiff is absent.
And the motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Members.
Thank you, Mr. Carter and Mr. Burnett. Thank you all very much.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a recommendation moving forward for us this evening. If county attorney says we can do this, could we do the scheduled 4:15 during dinner?
Yeah.
This is 5:30. And I know it's mostly because of my fault. But
It is 5:30.
I'll take blame.
Good shot.
If I may, along those lines, Mr. Mitchell, good thinking. I was going to suggest whatever the pleasure of the board is. But of course, Mr. Sandy will be with us this evening on a couple of public hearings. Of course, I'll be here as well. It may be that I think we can probably get through our closed session items during dinner if it work for the board. And to that, Mr. Chairman, we would need to add A5 and A7, prospective business or industry, as well as disposition of county property to that motion to go into closed session, if that's the pleasure of the board.
Okay.
And then have dinner over closed session.
And the first A5 was prospective,
Prospective business or industry, and the other being acquisition or disposition of property.
okay.
And would need
All
a
right,
motion
do
to
we
go
want to go
into.
ahead and have a motion to go in closed session?
I make motion, we go to closed session.
Okay, and someone want to give that a
Second.
second? And, Madam Clerk, we do have a motion and a second. And is it necessary to have a roll call vote, or are we okay?
Roll call.
Roll call, yes, sir.
President
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thomas? Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes. Motion passes. So I'll read the Franklin County Board of Supervisors will motion to enter into a closed meeting in accordance with 2.2-3711A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards, commissions. 29, discussion of the terms of a public contract where discussion in public would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the county in regards to a potential boundary line adjustment with a neighboring county. Of the Code of Virginia is amended, and we'll do A5, prospective business, and A7 of a property sale. So, are in closed session, and we'll go back. session, and I'll read we've been in closed session. I certify that only public business matters fully exempt from an open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened, were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies. And do we have to have a motion?
What?
Do we have to have a motion on the certified?
Yeah, motion and
Okay.
second, please.
We need a motion and a second,
I will, Mr. Chairman.
okay? And a second?
Second.
Okay. All that, in favor of that, we only did public mission, public business,
I'll do a
roll call. Yes, ma'am, please.
Supervisor Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson, Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell.
Yes, motion carries. Okay, Mr. Sandy?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're on the agenda on the item for 415. What's the attachment number?
Sorry, attachment number 12.
Attachment number 12 in your packet. If you recall, a couple months ago, we had a speaker from the public who requested that the board consider allowing duplexes in the county. And the specific request was, could you allow duplexes in the agricultural A1 district? And so currently, our ordinance only allows duplexes in residential multifamily and our residential planned unit development districts. Does not allow them in any of the other residential districts or the agriculture A1 zoning district. So at that time, you recommended, or you asked that the Planning Commission review it, discuss it, and bring back a recommendation to this board. And so the Planning Commission actually held 2 work sessions talking about the topic. And so at their last meeting on October 13th, they did put forth a recommendation. It was a unanimous vote, 7-0, that the Board of Supervisors consider scheduling public hearings to amend the zoning ordinance to allow duplexes as a use by special use permit in the agricultural A1 zoning district. And they further recommended that a minimum lot size of 1 acre would be required to build a duplex. And that would not change the ability for someone to still do duplexes in residential multifamily and residential planned development. So it would add another option to do duplexes, but it would be an option by special use permit. And so they've forwarded that recommendation on to you and asked that if you receive that recommendation favorably, to go ahead and authorize staff to schedule public hearings to have the proposed amendment, the public hearings that are required to amend the zoning ordinance, and then you could take action at that time. So what we'd be asking for tonight is you're not actually changing the ordinance, but authorizing the public hearings to move forward, in which then you can consider the public comments and consider the request, and that would come back to this board on December 22nd for your meeting at a public hearing.
Mr. Sandy, was there anything discussed at the meeting about infrastructure?
There was discussion about having adequate land for a septic system in some areas if they weren't on public sewer. And so that's one of the reasons the 1 acre minimum was put in there, to make sure that there would be adequate room for a septic system on site.
And was there any restrictions on bedroom size?
There was not. But I think, part of what they also looked at was through the special use permit process, the board would have a little bit more flexibility, I guess, in reviewing those proposals rather than allowing it by right. And so I think that's why they lean towards the direction of requiring a special use permit.
Okay.
And so at the back of the attachment, there are some suggested motions, and staff would recommend that you approve moving forward with, again, the public hearings. You're not making any changes tonight, but just saying we agree to hold those public hearings and then consider those proposed amendments at that time.
I make a motion that we accept the recommendation from the Planning Commission to allow duplexes as a use by special use permit in the agriculture A1 zoning district and authorize the county zoning administrator to schedule public hearings before the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors on November the 10th and December the 22nd, respectively, 2020, for a possible amendment to the Franklin County Code.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion on this?
I think it's great, anything we can do to promote some housing right now with the influx of people moving. I mean, there's people moving in our county like I've never seen before, and we're 98% tapped out, so I think this is on rental units.
At least trying to or want to, but yeah.
Yeah, for the people that want to move to the county, we need to make it available for them, so.
Okay. Madam Clerk, would you read the motion?
Yes, the motion was made by Supervisor Thompson to accept the recommendation from the Planning Commission to allow duplexes as a use by special use permit in agricultural A1 zoning district and authorize the county zoning administrator to schedule public hearings before the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors on November 10th, 2020 and December 22nd, 2020, respectively, for a possible amendment to the Franklin County Code. That was seconded by Supervisor Mitchell. Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Cundiff is absent.
Okay. All right, the motion is approved. Okay, County Administrator?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are several items, but the first one is the legislative agenda upcoming for the General Assembly, and that's under tab number 13. And really, this is more for board discussion today. There is some time at your November meeting that the board could finalize a legislative agenda. And here, we expressed to our state delegation, our state delegates, and our state senators our concerns, whether it be budgetary concerns or legislative concerns to the General Assembly. More often than not, we follow the Virginia Associations of Counties legislative agenda, as well as include some of our regional partners, including the West Piedmont Planning District Commission, the Smith Mountain Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce, others, the Roanoke Regional Chamber of Commerce, others that put legislative agenda items of importance before us. So that is included in your packet agendas today. And of course, staff is welcoming of feedback from the board, whether it be this evening or at the November meeting of the Board of Supervisors, whereby we would like to certainly extend our legislative agenda priorities to our state delegation in Richmond. This past year, the board and staff has communicated to Richmond on several occasions, one being the concern of the state police staffing in the region. Of course, we did that early on. Others, we've expressed concern about a controversial bill regarding a solid waste landfill tipping fee that was looked to be leveraged statewide. Of course, that bill never moved forward, which we're thankful for. We are, as I understand, getting some attention with the state police in terms of staffing and filling those vacancies in the region. In addition, the board's expressed concern in the past regarding predator control for bounties, if you will, for coyote bounties as a concern for our agricultural community. Those are just a few examples. You heard one earlier today regarding the hold harmless of the number of ADM for our school system from a budgetary concern. That is also a concern of VACO. To my knowledge, the budget that has been presented to the governor's office does hold harmless, at least this year, school systems in Virginia. Now, that budget hasn't been approved yet. But those are the type of items for the board to be thinking through and perhaps at your November meeting or getting information to my office that we could discuss perhaps more in depth in November, but certainly a welcome to discussion this evening. VACO, the Virginia Association of Counties, the upcoming conference is a great segue on the agenda. It is November the 9th and 10th, I believe, coming up here in a few weeks. They will finalize their legislative agenda at that time. There's some good news that comes out of the legislative agendas and the support from VACO. This last year, VACO did work through the General Assembly to give counties more flexibility, like cities and towns, on the use of revenues and way to levy revenues. So that was very beneficial in the last legislature of the General Assembly. So that's a long-winded way around the block, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, to ask any board direction tonight or thoughts, or be thinking about that at your November meeting where we can put pen to paper.
Mr. Chairman, may I offer
Ma'am.
some comments? I would very much like to see that this board, that we draft our own legislative agenda and not adopt VACO's. We can adopt, we can look at parts of VACO, but I think that our legislative agenda needs to be tailored to Franklin County, per se. And as a reminder, Mr. Whitlow, Mr. Poindexter, Charles Poindexter, had indicated to me that he wants to come to our meeting in December. And part of that, he is interested in our legislative agenda, and he wants to advocate our legislative agenda. So to that extent, I will offer to participate in and help facilitate a draft legislative agenda if I could get some help. But I'd really like us to focus on ourselves. We can look at the Chamber's legislative agenda we have. We've got VACO's. But I still think there are going to be things that we're going to want to undertake legislatively, and then, follow up and going down to Richmond and meeting with everybody on it. So I would like to get some board feedback on whether you would be interested in us drafting our own legislative agenda as a body.
Could I comment on that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
As a follow-up to what my esteemed colleague had to say, I agree with that. And I know we all received this packet from the Smith Mountain Lake Chamber where they want us to ensure government oversight to preserve pristine quality, quantity of water inflows with respect to Mountain Valley Pipeline, but yet the Chamber in 2016 sent this letter to FERC, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, expressing their support, supportive of the project. So they need to retract this letter if they want us to support this moving forward. And I've got a copy of that for each of you all. They didn't much want to send me this, but I got it from FERC.
Okay, thank you. And I don't think it's a bad idea because one size doesn't fit all. And I think each of us have got some particular things that we would like to insert in our own. And if we can do it in time, I would like for us to pass it on to West Piedmont Planning Commission for their endorsement. So are we good?
How do we want to proceed, Mr. Chairman, with getting it pulled together?
Your idea.
Ronnie?
Oh, I just say your idea. You tell us what.
Huh?
Ms. Smith.
Reading this paper, what'd you say?
Oh, were you, I didn't know you were speaking to me.
Yes, ma'am.
These darn masks. What?
I say your idea, so work with us.
Oh, okay. I got you. If I could get, I'm happy to work on a draft that maybe I could circulate and get the discussion started from that perspective. And then I would need your feedback, your individual feedback on what you would like to see the agenda look like, and then I could potentially bring back, and of course, working with Mr. Whitlow and staff, and bring back a draft legislative agenda at our November meeting. Would that work for everyone? Mr. Whitlow?
Sure. Yeah, whatever the pleasure of the board is, whatever the pleasure of the board is, we can, I think we can pull from the various agendas and certainly bring something back to the board and get feedback in November for endorsement, full endorsement of the board.
And each of us individual board members need to respond.
Yes.
Because if we don't respond, and I think we're good with the consent agenda on this, if there's no problem.
Yeah, what I would say is, go ahead and send me any feedback you have. That'll at least start the document. And then we can look at, iterative drafts as we move through the process.
All right, thank you.
That's a great segue. Mr. Chairman, if we're ready to move on to my next item, is upcoming events. And the upcoming Virginia Association of Counties Conference is a virtual conference, as we noted before, November 9th and the 10th. There is a housekeeping item there that needs to be voted on. As participants in the Association of Counties Annual Conference, those participants vote on the VACO's legislative agenda and other items on behalf of the localities. And so typically, whichever board members are attending the conference typically vote as part of VACO. That being said, we have to endorse the board member or staff who may be attending the conference. This year, as I said, it's virtual. I do understand, I think Supervisor Smith, I think you're registered. There's still time if other board members want to register. It's virtual this year. It's all through Zoom, through the computer. But we will need you to, at this point, I think it's Ms. Smith and myself attending, meaning the voting delegate, and then there's an alternate delegate. So we need a voting member and an alternate delegate. And of course, I'm in attendance. I don't mind serving as the alternate, but that's the pleasure of the board.
Okay. And if you repeat the voting members again that we already have.
The voting members or the members that will be attending that are registered is Ms. Smith, Supervisor Smith, Mr. Chairman, for the conference this year.
Okay. And are you included in that?
Yes, I'm registered as well. Yes, sir.
We have 2 registered.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Does anyone else want to? Okay. Thank you, Mr. County Administrator.
So we would need, Mr. Chairman, just a motion then for Ms. Smith and myself to serve as the delegates from Franklin County, I guess, attending on behalf of Franklin County for the VACO conference.
Okay. All right, we need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Second.
Madam.
So on the motion made by Supervisor Thompson to give, would it be voting delegation?
Yes.
The language.
Yes.
For the upcoming VACO conference, to Supervisor Smith with Mr. Whitlow being the alternate for that conference. And it was seconded by Supervisor Tatum.
Just do a roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell.
Yes. And for the audience, VACO is a statewide organization, Virginia Association of Counties. So all counties in the state participate, and they're very good representatives for us.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, just a few other upcoming events. Just a reminder that November 3rd is the election day. County offices, state offices, it is a state holiday, will be closed. Of course, staff has been working with the school board on a tentative date to hold a possible joint work session with the school board, or school board meeting rather. And of those dates, it appeared November the 5th We were honing in on that as a good possibility, but as I understand it, not all of our board members can attend, and so we need to get back with the school board, certainly our board members, as to a possibility where all board members can attend, if that's the pleasure of the board, and so we can be doing so. I think we can do that administratively, Madam Clerk, and be in touch with the board members, but I just wanted to note that.
Okay. Yeah, and hopefully I'm speaking for me and Lori are really excited when we finally do. I feel confident that this board's going to really like what we've been hashing out with John and PD. So if we can get together and get that meeting set up, we would greatly appreciate it because we can't wait to share with you guys what we've been working on.
Madeline, I think I responded to your email saying the 12th. I'll make the 5th work if that's what everybody else wants.
And then, of course, November 11th, the county honors its veterans in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Very appreciative of our veterans. So that's a Veterans Day holiday. And so a couple of things, Mr. Chairman, I know, and maybe for viewers watching in the audience and online, just a couple of reminders for the Franklin County community, just some updates on the county's pandemic emergency. Currently, there are 678 cases of COVID as reported by the Virginia Department of Health today. Of concern, that's approximately a 300 case increase in the last 2.5 weeks. As previously shared, we know we are not immune from this per se. Our treasurer's office was closed last week and again some this week. And of course, we'll reopen when there can be sufficient staffing in that office, as well as a few isolated other areas in county operations. But certainly, we encourage our citizens, even though that office may be closed. For those listening, the treasurer's office is still operating through mail-in, drop-off, and online collections. And so, just as a precaution, our emergency managers and public safety, we just really urge our residents to practice good disease prevention measures where they can. And as we continue to endure the pandemic and hopefully come out stronger on the other side of it, but to be very, very mindful of it. Just a couple of other organizational updates, Mr. Chairman. Just like to recognize, I read with interest in a story, and I'm not for certain if these are Franklin County residents, but certainly they are stationed here in Franklin County, a Bill Sweeney and a Daniel Cloter. They're stationed here at the U.S. Forestry Service here in Rocky Mount. They were recently deployed out west to fight fires out in California and Arizona. And just a shout out to them and the services that they provide, not only here locally, but really to help those other states that have really been hit hard by these national disasters, or natural disasters, rather. And then finally, a couple of things, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to recognize our clerk, Madeline Sefcek, who recently was certified by the Municipal Clerks, International Municipal Clerks Association Institute on her CMC designation. And that recognizes municipal clerks who complete a very demanding education requirement. They've had significant contributions to the local government. And I can personally say Madeline come aboard very quickly and has achieved that designation very quickly and provides just a tremendous support to my office. And certainly congratulations continue to Mr. Steve Sandy and Michael Burnett as our rounding out our county administration team, as well as Brian Carter, who have all recently taken on many additional responsibilities. And I just can't say enough good things about them and Connie and Linda and everyone in my office over the recent weeks. And then forgive me for being long-winded, Mr. Chairman, there is one other time-sensitive item that came up before the agenda was finalized. But I think this is a positive thing per se.
Before you go any further, please.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Take a moment to thank staff for their achievements and everything. And give them
Very appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. The one item that is time sensitive, and I think it's a very positive thing from the Department of Public Safety, and I may need Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Sandy to fill in any details here. But the county has and utilizes a 1991 Mack truck there at our training center, often at our Burn Center training center. It was an old decommissioned truck from the Scruggs Volunteer Fire Department. And so it's really not on the road, it's not in service, it's not in use other than to provide adequate training for our county fire, EMS, and public safety department. Recently, of course, in the recent passing of longtime fire chief there, Slim Crawford, there has been a lot of fond memories of that truck specifically, because I think Mr. Crawford had his first hand in procuring that truck and working with that truck. So the request has been made, and it's really an offer, if you will, by the Scruggs Volunteer Fire EMS Department. They have allocated and found a newer truck for training purposes. They have offered and raised the funds of approximately $25,000 to purchase this truck. It's a newer truck as a replacement truck, if you will, for training, all in exchange to really receive back the original truck. They have no intention of putting the truck on the road, use it for anything per se, other than for sentimental value and for parades and really just to honor Mr. Crawford's memory. So this would take board action this evening to be accepting of an exchange. Again, I think it's a good opportunity from our standpoint. I think we stand to gain really from the public safety training staff, and it was time sensitive because it was recently procured, and we really don't necessarily want that truck to get away. So, Mr. Chairman, I know that wasn't an agenda item, but this came up in just the last couple of days.
I think the board will be very receptive of the offer, and appreciate you bringing it forward.
Do you need a motion, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, I need a motion.
Yeah, make a motion, we go for it, and that's really a no-brainer there if they go.
You want me to make it, Ronnie, or you want to make it? You want me to?
Made a motion.
You, all right, so I'll second Ronnie's motion to swap the trucks.
Okay. Any more discussion? Would you read it, the motion, please?
Right, you're gonna have to help me with the wording. On a motion made by Supervisor Thompson to accept, the trucks, is it a fire truck?
Yeah, fire training truck exchange, yes,
Training truck.
with the Scruggs Volunteer Fire EMS, provided by Scruggs Volunteer Fire EMS.
To accept the Scruggs fire training truck from the Scruggs Volunteer Fire Department, and seconded by Supervisor Mitchell.
Okay. Just go ahead and poll the board, it's just as easy.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson. Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell.
Yes.
Thank
Okay, the motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's all my items this evening.
And I might add in our recognition today of Virginia's Teacher of the Year, Anthony Swan, and we was very happy to pass him with a resolution thanking him for his service to the students of Franklin County and their families.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And other matters of the supervisors.
Can we do committee appointments at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would like to nominate Morris Ledbetter to the IDA.
Second.
He's currently on that committee, and I just want to reappoint him.
Can we do them together, or do we want to do them separate, Mr. Attorney?
I think for each appointment, I think you have to appoint them separately.
Okay. All right, we have a motion to appoint Alan Jones for a 4-year term to the IDA.
Chairman Mitchell, I think that motion was to reappoint Morris.
Reappoint him, yes. Thank you. Well, you made that as a motion,
We need to vote on it.
and we need a second.
I second.
And would you call the roll, please?
Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson. Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum. Chairman Mitchell.
Yes, and that motion passes. And I would like to add Alan Jones reappoint him to the IDA Commission.
Second?
On a motion made by Chairman Mitchell to reappoint Alan Jones to the Industrial Development Authority, seconded by Supervisor Smith. Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson? Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum? Chairman Mitchell?
Yes. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I have an appointment to appoint Roy Enslow to the Roanoke Allegheny Regional Commission.
I second
On a motion made by Supervisor Smith to appoint Roy Enslow to the Roanoke Valley Allegheny Regional Commission, seconded by Supervisor Thompson. Was that Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Are we still in other matters, Mr. Chairman?
I guess we are. If there's no more appointments.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
As you all will recall, I've talked to you a couple times, and as recent as the last meeting, with regard to taking a look at our board meeting schedule, the day that we do today, where we have work sessions, public hearings, and a general business meeting. I'm going to go ahead and put a motion on the floor just to get a second and start discussion on this. But I would like to make a motion that the board have our business meeting on our duly noted date and public hearings, and then allocate a second evening during the month to hold our work sessions.
I'll second that motion.
And under discussion, Mr. Chairman, I would just for a brief rationale on that, I think that, being here for 10 or 12 hours proves for a long day for us, and I think it's hard to stay fresh, especially, 9 or 10 o'clock at night. And I think also by moving our work sessions to a dedicated evening, I think we could allocate 2 hours, as an example, to our work session topics and be able to thoroughly discuss those issues rather than trying to rush through them in the afternoon, because we're always pressed for time. So I think all the way around, I think that we could hugely benefit from separating those.
Okay, we have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I got comment before we go further, please.
Yes, sir. We're open for discussion.
Sir?
We are open for discussion.
I'm not opposed to having another meeting. However, I do not think we've got enough business to justify 2 meetings in the same month. I think maybe every other month or every third month we could do that and save that second meeting for when we have like guest speakers come in, things of that nature, to try to coordinate and compromise or comprise everything together. And I would not be opposed to going every second, every other month, or every third month with that. And then my next point there is, I'm not really sure that it would be fair to do a vote tonight with one of our members not here, absent, and to wait until he gets back so we can do that. But I do think that we do have enough business to justify a second date. And if we did it the second meeting, we should leave, I think we should leave it to just business, no public comment or anything. Keep that on the one meeting to justify things of that. But that's all I got to say on that.
Any other comments?
I think today's a prime example. 7:15, we're way off schedule, way behind, and I think we're piling too many items in an all-day meeting. And I agree with Ronnie. I don't know that we need to do it every month, but I think we should work out some sort of schedule to split this up some, because it gets to be 8:30 at night. I'm not as sharp as I am at high noon.
Runs together.
And, we don't pay attention to the speakers that much late at night. I just think it would be better all the way around if we could split this up some.
I'll just add to that, I agree with what's been said. And in my position where I work another job that often takes me out at night. In fact, I'm gonna be leaving here in about 5 minutes, going to my other job. And I think that we're really not doing the citizens justice by being able to give the dedication to their topics as we should, but trying to cram it all into one day. But like Ronnie said, I don't think we need to necessarily schedule a second meeting every month just to have one if we don't have
Sure.
something pertinent
Sure.
to discuss. So I'm all in favor of, we have our regular meeting and then let staff, if they work out a schedule for maybe every second month or every third month. And, there's nothing to say it has to be limited to 2 hours, whatever. If it's business that needs to be taken care of, it needs to be taken care of, and we need to work on it. And so if it means coming in here at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon and working ever how much, we know we can dedicate that time to those specific items. So that's where I'm at. I agree.
Thank you.
Any more? I just want to make one comment. When we set a 2-hour meeting, we've done it in the past. They usually go 3 or 4.
Well, I gave that as an example.
But what I'm saying is, you used the word 2 hours.
I did, and yeah.
I know from the past, we don't do 2-hour meetings.
I totally concur with that.
I think the audience will agree with us. We don't, we have things that we have to do, and so we'll go with the motion. I believe unless we want to table it until Mr. Cundiff's here.
Could we ask you, if you want to do the vote, we'd do the vote, but could I ask you to table it till next month when
Sure.
Cundiff is here?
Sure, absolutely. Whatever the pleasure of the board is.
Okay. And you did make a motion?
I did, and we have a second. So I guess there would need to be a withdrawal of the motion for now. So I withdraw the motion, and then we'll need a motion, Mr. Chairman, I believe, to table this matter until the November meeting.
I'll make a motion that we table it till the November meeting when Mr. Cundiff can be here.
Okay.
I'll second.
We have a second. Madam Clerk, if you'll read the motion.
On the motion made by Supervisor Thompson to table, the requested 2 board meetings a month, one being business meetings and public hearings on regular scheduled board meeting day. The second additional meeting each month for work sessions, if needed, was to be tabled until Mr. Cundiff was here at the November 15th, 2020 meeting. That was seconded by Supervisor Tatum. 17th,
Okay.
that's November 17th meeting. Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell.
Yes, the motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask that be put on as an agenda item for next month, rather than managing it under other matters?
Yes, ma'am.
It could even be a consent agenda item, and we can pull it if we need to.
I think our clerk can handle that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple just quick things, if I may.
Yes, sir.
As I told you guys last month, I think our efforts with the state police paid off. From what I've been told, we should be getting as many as 6 or 7 new state troopers in Franklin County in January. So I would like to ask staff to write a thank you letter to Captain Denny, because from what I understand, he's retiring first of the year. So after the meeting he had to endure me, I'd like to send him a thank you letter. So I'd like to ask the board if we could maybe team up. There's a couple teachers in the county that kind of manage the Help Save the Next Girl Are you guys are familiar with that? Help educate girls on basically child predators. Was it Morgan Harrington? I think it.
The Charlottesville.
She was a Charlottesville girl that got abducted by the child predator, and her mom started the Help Save the Next Girl Foundation, I believe. Teacher Daphne Pugh heads up the Help Save the Next Girl. My best friend is an ICAC deputy, which is an Internet Crimes Against Children deputy. This is a serious threat to the young women in our county. And if we can team up with the school system and help push this so that we can prepare and educate the young women and children in our county to make them aware of the predators that are out there, I would like to get a consensus from this board to consult with the school system and see if we can be part of that movement and support the teachers that are behind that, because what my best friend does is an incredible job that scares me to death. And I think it would, any way we can prepare the young women in our county for what true predators are out there, I think it would be very advantageous of this board. I don't know how we go about it, but if we can have a general consensus to reach out to Dr. Church and see if we can team up, maybe they can have somebody from the school system. I would volunteer to be the person from this board to get in there and support her.
Okay.
I would be supportive of, before I would want to give any kind of a consent to do it, I would be supportive of hearing from somebody to what it's about, whoever the founder was before. I think that would be the best way to go. The next step is to learn more about the organization before any commitment to do
Okay.
anything.
I can reach out to Daphne Pugh and see if she'd be willing to come in and speak to us.
That'd be great.
If Dr. Church would let her take a couple hour break from work to come speak to us on our next meeting.
Okay. Do you want to invite her as a speaker?
Sure, a speaker with no time limit, if that's right, since she's here speaking on behalf of an organization. Maybe I can
Give her 15 minutes.
yeah, give her 15 minutes like we gave Preserve Franklin today. It'd be great.
Thank you for bringing that.
Yeah, appreciate it.
What's the thought, any rest of the board?
Yes, I got a couple of things here that I wanted to bring up. When I was reading this from the VACO there, one of the things that I saw was about the predator control. And I'd like to hear from staff maybe next month on how we stand with our coyote fund. And it just brought back a thought to my mind that if we had adequate funding in there to take care of that for the predators, that's one thing. Another thing was a segue into Mr. Carter was talking about. I know here lately that we've had it's been troubling with the relationship, may I say, with the Chamber of Commerce. And then I understood in this last week that the county engaged in a partnership through Parks and Rec with the Chamber of Commerce for a bike rodeo at the park. I, for one, have no problem with the bike rodeo. I'd like to have known about it. And I think we need to get some things worked out with the chamber. Mr. Carter's little segue here that how they backwashed on the Mountain Valley Pipeline. And then I have here, if anybody's interested, Ms. Selfchick has all of that. These are old numbers, but it tells how their money is being spent through the Chamber of Commerce. And then, this whole board was upset at the time on the way they just up and went to Bedford County without so much as a howdy-do. And I'd like to have some time here in the near future to discuss our future relationship with the Chamber of Commerce in regards to the future. I don't know about the rest of the board, how they feel about it, but that's my thoughts on that. But the numbers there with what they do with their money, as I said, I have those numbers. They are a little old, but it gives you an idea. And Ms. Selchik has that if anybody's interested. And then I wanted to talk about the business park, and I think we took care of that earlier. And the CARES funding, that was another thing that I had on my paper, is I think we took care of that to get that taken care of and done. The money, I would like to see it spent and, for the purpose it was intended and to be utilized to its fullest extent.
Okay. And,
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
yes, sir. And how do you want your request for the chamber handled?
I
Through
can't
county-
understand you, sir.
How do you want your chamber request? Do you want it done by staff?
Staff can, if staff would give us a report and come back, I think the way they done it, I mean, just without, the chamber, I think that Franklin County needs a relationship with a chamber. It's important. Just like I think the chamber needs a relationship with Franklin County. However, I think that relationship is really lacking. And I think the way it was done, and I think we need to discuss that. And why it was done the way it was and the money that was there and what's going on. Because right now, I, for one, I got a bitter taste in my mouth with Chamber of Commerce for the way that they done us. And I think, I know I'm not the only one, because I've talked to some merchants that's in the county, and I know of some merchants that were members of the Chamber of Commerce that are no longer members. And so, I think they owe us an explanation.
Well, when I read it in my packet, realized it had no idea of what was going on with the bike rodeo. And I think we could have at least have known a little of the background and at least what it is. We'll go with that, Ronnie, or Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just make one comment if I may. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Thompson. I think they're well placed, but I'm an optimist, and I really think Mr. Finley is new in his position as executive director, and I look at moving forward with opportunities to clarify roles, to clarify expectations, and one of my pet peeves, and I've already discussed this with Mr. Finley a few months ago, was ensuring that our chamber works for the entire county, just not the Smith Mountain Lake area. And he received that very favorably. So I think we have opportunities to clarify the relationship. If we have unanswered questions, get them answered, and then try to move forward, because I think that the reciprocal relationship is highly important to both bodies. And that's what I would propose that we do. And Mr. Thompson, I appreciate again you sharing your sentiments.
Okay. Thank you. And any more from Supervisor? Okay. I'll recess for previously advertised public hearing. And the first one is something we have to do as a county board, amending the 2020, 2021 budget. Mr. Carter?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, members, thank you again. So this is to appropriate ultimately the second distribution of CARES Act funds from the state. We received them in August. The total of $4,889,448. In order to appropriate by state code, that exceeds 1% of our current adopted budget, so we are required to hold a public hearing to appropriate these funds. So what we're asking is after public hearing is held to appropriate the second distribution of CARES Act funds. After that appropriation, our new net adjusted budget will be $150,718,236. So be happy to answer any clarifying questions before we open public hearing.
Okay, if there's no questions, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. And I guess, board members, this is just a formality that we have to do to, and you know, it's good that we've got an increase, even if it is COVID month. So we need a motion. Let's see, we don't take any, do we take any action on this? We do? Okay, we need a motion to amend the county budget.
I'll make a motion that we amend the county budget to take care of this CARES Act funding.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Madam Clerk?
I did.
So on the motion made by Supervisor Thompson to amend the budget to a total of $4,889,448, correct, to appropriate proceeds from the Commonwealth of Virginia through the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security, or the CARES Act, for the new adjusted budget totaling $150,718,236. Seconded by Supervisor Carter.
Any other discussion?
Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson. Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell.
Yes.
And Supervisor Cundiff and Supervisor Tatum are absent for this vote. Thank
So
you.
the motion carries. In our second application, Mr. Sandy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have two more public hearings before you this evening. The first of, both of them apply to special use permits for short-term rentals. The first one is in the Rocky Mount District. It's an application of Kevin and Megan Lorson requesting a special use permit for a short-term rental in an A1 zoning district. It's about a 1.5 acre property off of Blue Ridge Lane in the Rocky Mountain District. So if you go down 220 South below town at Sontag Road and Cassell, turn there at the light, back in there by the school is where this property is located. It's this parcel outlined here in the blue. And this is shown as suburban residential in our comprehensive plan. And this is just the aerial photograph that shows the school area here and then some of the residential homes here that are located on these adjoining properties. Just a little bit of background. This is a request for a 1-bedroom apartment. It's in the basement of the Lorson's home. It does have a kitchen and living room. It has its own separate entrance. They have kind of an outdoor area that people can use for a fire pit and just relaxing there. The closest occupied home is about 240 feet from this dwelling. You'll see in your staff report under item attachment 16 that the Planning Commission has recommended approval of this request. Didn't find that it would have any negative impact on the adjoining property owners. There were no public comments received at the public hearing. The building official has inspected the unit and met with the property owners. They do need to, they have a couple items related to fire separation that they know they have to complete. And once they complete those, then the building official will be able to sign off on that particular use of that area. And so the conditions that were recommended by the Planning Commission are pretty typical of what you've seen here for these special use permits in A1. It's restricted to this parcel and this particular dwelling. They have to comply with all those safety regulations that we find in the county code. And then the building official and fire marshal have to sign off on that, as well as the Department of Health related to the septic system. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. I think Ms. Lawson is here as well as a property owner, and then we do need to have a public hearing as well.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple questions, if I may, for Mr. Sandy.
Yes.
Mr. Sandy,
Yes, ma'am.
when I reviewed the staff report, and then you had provided us with an email, and I don't know if they're in contradiction to one another or not. The analysis on the staff report talks about that it's going to generate a density of 2 dwelling units. But over under the code, for special use permits in A1, it talks about the allowance of only 1 dwelling, and then it talks about if there is a second dwelling, that it's to be utilized by members of the immediate family, and regardless of that occupancy, it's looking like shall be permitted, given that the parcel is 100 acres or more in area. I just need some clarification because, obviously this is a self-contained unit within the residential property that's there. So I guess my question is within the A1 parameters of special use, is this counterintuitive to what the code says?
Well, the code allows a couple options to get to that second dwelling,
Mm-hmm.
and one of them, as you stated, one reason would be for a family member. The other would be for, if it's agricultural property, for someone who's working a farm.
Right.
So those exceptions are in there, as well as a short-term rental of a dwelling is another exception that is allowed through the special use permit process.
But that's not in the code, right?
But it's listed as a special use under the A1 zoning district, so.
Yes, okay. But I didn't know if that should have been a companion piece when it's relative to 1 dwelling.
And I think in almost the same vein as we move forward with that duplex
Yes.
option that we talked about earlier, in that case, the board, through the special use permit process, can allow that 2-unit dwelling to occur on the property. And it would not have to be occupied by family members. So does that make sense? I think the board, through its discretion and through its approval authority as a special use permit, has the ability to approve those uses. Someone just can't do it by right. They can't add that second dwelling by right. They have to go through the board's approval to get that additional density.
Okay, thank you.
Does that
very
make
much.
sense?
Yeah.
And I think we do it in a couple of different ways. We do it through saying you can do it for a family member, saying you can do it through a duplex if we add that, but also saying you can do it through the short-term rental of a dwelling as well.
Let me ask you just a historic question with A1. And this predates my service for sure. Was there ever concern in the county that the spirit of A1 starts to get a little cloudy when we get into increased density and special uses? Was that ever an issue, that you're getting out of the spirit of A1?
Well, I think that probably, there was discussion 6-7 years ago, I think, about creating a new zoning ordinance, and I think that was probably one of the issues, is the agricultural district tends to be the catch-all,
Right.
if you will, for a variety of uses, whether it's on the forestry or agricultural spectrum, or it's kind of the ATV track or some other kind of use. And so it covers a wide spectrum of different opportunities in the A1 district. And so I think part of the discussion in the past was, hey, maybe we need a few more zoning districts and we need to be more specific about where we want certain activities to occur. That process got started, but that process didn't continue on. And so that's kind of remained idle for the last 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, I've got that notebook on my desk, and that's a conversation for a different day.
It was big.
But I just feel really strongly about A1.
Mhm.
And
And it is, it's, you know, unless you're in a residential district, really the only other district is A1. And so that tends to be where a lot of stuff falls. If you look at the list, there's 30 to 40 uses that can be permitted in that district. But I think the proposal a few years ago was to go to about 32 different zoning districts, which kind of going from one extreme to the other there. So I think there's a happy medium somewhere with getting your zoning ordinance in, getting your comprehensive plan together.